so we'll see that in a second. Let me just finish opening up a few things and we'll be on our way. But how is everyone else doing?
Good.
Good.
You didn't hear it, but I just screamed.
Oh. It in confirmation, in agony.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
All right, to the void with you.
No.
I'm just gonna name one of the random private channels I have, the void, and just sauce you there at really intense moments. Everyone thinks you cut out, but no. And
In the
sent to the
punishment
void where you can
zone.
just scream. I always say screams into the void, like comments, questions, concerns, screams into the void. And you know, sometimes you just need to. Sometimes you just need to. Oh my god, we did that. Ash, you remember that?
Oh yeah, we
Remember
did.
that midday call?
Yeah.
It was
I do.
it was the original Monday game that I was running. I've been saying it for so long. I forget. Someone in the server like asked how we were doing, and no one was doing good. So it was like 2:30 in the afternoon, and we all opted into a Discord call and legitimately screamed, and then just went, "Okay, have a nice day," and left.
That's awesome.
That's wild.
That's true friendship, gang.
That
That was different times. It was
That's great.
Shout out OG Monday game.
shout out OG Monday game. That was funny. If you can't scream in a Discord channel with your friends, are they really friends?
No.
Well, okay, thank you.
Sorry.
With that underway, I think I am as good as I'm going to get, or as prepared as I'm going to get. So let's hop into this bitch. So, what I think happened last time on TNT is the party was split up and we hopped from perspective to perspective. We went to Kipley to address the depression in which she had fallen into. It's more of a disassociation more than depression, to be fair. But it made me depressed. Not kidding. No, Kipley was sitting just kind of under a soft house arrest slash her living up to the wishes of her quote unquote savior. As Mira hit you with the "I would prefer if you don't go and leave because that will cause problems for me," and you took that oh so personally and have not moved at all in like 48 hours. If you weren't undead, you would have had it would have been so much worse. But you painstakingly got a few messages, some from your party, and some from Vince, who hadn't heard from you in 3 days, and who has given you his personal sending stone so you can communicate with him. And you got some concern, some questioning to make sure you were all right, and you straight up said, "No, I am not all right," refused to elaborate, and then blew up the stone because it's not technically classified as a magical item. I'll peel back the curtain a little bit just in case anyone had already guessed a while ago. Vince, one of, if not the main ability that Vince has for his item ability is he can create items in the same way that artificers can. He can infuse things. So it blew up into a little snow burst, and you just said, "Hey, Mira, I want to leave," and I'm going to leave. And she said, "Cool. I need to go talk to Evelyn. She's not here. Shit's not good. Give me a few hours." And then you also remembered, whether it is just Megan also remembering at the same time as Kipling did, that you borrowed a book and the aforementioned consequences of returning it late were slowly beginning to creep in. Because technically, you're actually pretty spot on for returning it close to on time. Because when you left on your journey and when you first got it out, she said you have 2 months. I think 2 to 3 months to bring it back. And we're right around like the 2.5 month mark of returning it. So you're not too late. But for pure comedic reasons, you check the back of the book that has the due date, and it was, I think I said it was yesterday of when you would have gotten back to the island. So you sent Mira to go do it, and Mira didn't want to go do it after you explained how terrifying the librarian is. So she sent a familiar who Mustang and Mammoth saw got turned to ash. You don't know if it's dead or if it was sent somewhere similar to how Belle was sent somewhere. Who knows? Nevertheless, you were also offered to walk around the estate in the meantime, because you weren't. The first day, she said to stay in your room, but you weren't like necessarily tied down to it for your entire stay. She just didn't trust you to not leave because you have the capability to fly. Even though, keep in mind, your level of exhaustion still has your speed cut in half. It's not very fast. It's not like you're gonna get away from anyone. It is more of just the fact that if you are left alone, you will be able to slowly make your escape. Um, so she let you roam about the estate grounds, and you saw a few faces. Other vassals who work under Evelyn Kroll, who kind of gave you distance, because not only do you have a natural, like, sickly look with your undead nature that you gained, from making a little deal with, oh, God. It's been so long.
Oh,
What is my
Vander.
lovely lich's name? Thank you, Vander. I was like, I know it's a V, but god damn, it's not coming to me right now. For making a little deal with Vander. And before, you weren't the healthiest of sorts. So
What?
they gave you a wide berth. And no one really gave you any trouble or shit, but they just didn't interact with you at all. And unfortunately, you did roll to see if you, the luck roll was to see if you ran into any of the number of vassals that you've met, that you would recognize and that are familiar to you. But you avoided them all. Yeah,
Oh,
you didn't
great.
find a single friendly face in that campus. So you just walking about, waiting to hear from Mira. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Mustang and Mammoth were still finishing up some chores, talking to the librarian, getting some info on the Shadow Realm and when they would be able to go and visit Belle. And she essentially said, respectfully, you got your ass beat and you're trying to go into where I have her because it is somewhere she is still alive. Um, she said you got your ass beat while you had your equipment and you are currently missing your equipment, so I don't see what is the purpose of doing so. Please wait. I believe it was 3 days until the guards, including Captain
No, she
Eingard.
said you can get it tomorrow.
Okay, it was tomorrow. Cool. The 3 days thing was the hospital visit. I am remembering things just partially. Thank you. Um, you can get it tomorrow. Well, Ash being like, "Hey, you said I could have it right now." No, I'm kidding. Um, yeah. She said you could come by, swing by tomorrow morning. Captain
Yes.
Eingard and a number of the other common guard would be there to interrogate her. Because so far she's just been contained. You haven't seen anyone else be bamfed or poofed or even enter the library yet, so there's a big old question mark as to who she was and why she was there. Because you got killed by her, and she straight up said, "I need you alive." So you have an inkling of an idea. However, no one else has had the time to properly interview you because also there was a military campaign going on in the background, and the Common Guard were at full capacity, as well as the majority of the other vassals. Um, so you just kind of went with it and said, "Fuck it, we ball. I'll wait." And you finish your errands prior as well, getting your flowers, messages sent out, and all of that good stuff. Also, getting the answer that magical weapons not so easy to replace when they're specifically designed for charisma casters or spellcasters in general, not just charisma. Um, so you are still waiting if this doesn't pan out for a replacement, but you have a hook tomorrow, hopefully. And then we had a small scene with Duradon sitting within the uh, council's military headquarters. A building located not in the center of Paradise Peak Streaming City, but kind of in the utmost northern district, excuse me, kind of nearby where the more bourgeois section of the city is. And he was just resting, waiting out for any visits from Captain Eingard, and also thinking about the risks and potential danger that he would be in as he shared with Captain Eingard the last session, or it could have been the session before. Fuck if I know. That he shared all of the dirty little secrets that Newman uh, told both him, Kipley, and all of the other sponsors to their faces about their various crimes slash not so favorable positions they put themselves in. Which I do want to make clear. Not everything they did was crimes. Bellistel, for sure, was accused of murder. That's a crime. Uh, Carter Binstrom, all he was accused of was looting. Looting relics from places which don't necessarily have protection because there is no other kind of sanctioned government to put up rules against doing so. It's a roaming world of violence. No one's really going to be able to stop you from doing it. So not technically illegal. Still, supposedly a bunch of druids died, excuse me. So who knows? And of course, the Lich situation just doesn't look good for the sponsors overall. So he had a number of things that he needed to hide. He had that conversation with Captain Eingard whether he trusted the sponsors or not. And as the day was coming closer to an end, we had a small scene where the sound of crumbling metal was heard. The guards were presumably knocked out. And a figure appeared behind him and just started chatting him up. Not necessarily appearing menacing or bearing ill will at first. And that was Lorenzo Rennell, Percival Rennell's father, who essentially broke down what had happened for the past couple of days slash week, gathering some interest in Duradon and the Six in general, and asking him a few questions, the most important of which was, would he be willing to publicly share either his memories for the use of Detect Thoughts and the projection spell that Lorenzo used to show everyone the military campaign that the island's the council had put in front of the island, or if he'd be willing to testify in person when inevitably didn't really give a exact date, I don't believe, where inevitably the Six would be brought to some sort of court, some sort of hearing for their crimes. At least a few of you. Didn't say all of you. But Duradon respectfully said, I am not fully willing to kind of give a lot for them. I'm just doing a job. I was just trying to protect my target and bring her to a certain place. And there was that big question I remember of Ash posting concerned meme in chat of whether that was Dom or Lorenzo saying Ravinica when he was drawing a blank. I'm gonna leave that open for your guess still. But it was clear that he knew a decent amount about the party. There was some gaps where he did genuinely ask. It seemed like he was either unknowledgeable or just wasn't putting it all out there. But after Duradon said no, and that he would prefer to just move on in his own way, he did move on in his own way to death. Duradon was almost, for a split second, murdered by Lorenzo as he pressed his hand against his chest. And guess what? Duradon, with a dex of 10, as he's using commoner stats, I think he rolled I think he passed the DC, or could have just failed and I'm making shit up. But I think he did roll on the higher side. Nevertheless, Disintegrate does a solid plus 40 damage no matter what.
Oh, man.
So he was going to die.
When you said disintegrate, my heart was like,
yeah, no. The boy who lived to die. Vada Disintegrate. He was about to get disintegrated. However, you, at least some of you, have made a powerful ally who was watching at the time, in the form of the Monarch of Mischief. Which, funny enough, the only person that hasn't made a deal with the Monarch of Mischief was saved by her, which is funny. As he got sent to the presumably same island in which Kipley was warped to when you initially left the Flying Dweller, and was with Kira, Aldwin, and Lorndane. And he had a long conversation with her. I'm not going to go into the full detail of it, because we do have the recording of it, and a lot was discussed. I will hit the key major points. She asked him, essentially, what the fuck he wanted to do with the party. Like, what was his overall goal in life, and what he was really about. She straight up said, I don't really want you as an enemy, but I am not going to have you as a blind ally. You're going to have to help me if you want me to continue being friendly. And he asked about her nature, which is the first of what the Six has had the privilege of doing. As for the most part, any interactions you've had with the Monarch of Mischief have been like a minute tops, and it normally involves a party member making a joke or a deal. That's about it. So you got some background. You learned some important things as well about why the gods aren't necessarily as active as they used to be. And it was confirmed by the Monarch of Mischief. A lot of them are dead. And or have left this realm to its own devices, as while certain domains and things of worship have gotten new gods or have been taken over by different people, the majority of which have either been lost to time, and therefore with no proper name to remember them and worship them, they faded into non-existence, or straight up killed in a war between the monarchs and the divine, in which Jordan, I still love that so much because I know Jared did not intend that, but Durdon and Jordan, hilarious. Jordan Dambala, the grandfather of Maeve, took part in, as well as a number of others, but that was just a small mention. And yeah, you got a slight insight into what the Monarch of Mischief wants, not as a party, but as players. Is that she wants to get back her monarchy, her power. She explained that the idol that she was trapped in was activated by the party, and that's what formed your initial bond. And that there are many more idols scattered throughout the world and realms in which she necessarily can't get by herself, because the stronger that she gets, and now that she's been especially given an artifact that can be tracked as she has mentioned that before to Duradon, in the form of Herma. She can't necessarily do it all by herself. So she did put the offer on the table to Duradon, and said that it would be passed along to the other party members as well. That if you wanted a pathway outside of trying to save yourselves and trying to talk your way through both whatever the council has against you and the other monarchs that are having their own council meeting, which I think is in I think it's either tomorrow or 2 days from now. Um, she informed and warned Durdon that he would have to warn the rest of you that you are in danger because of that. Um, you don't know if it's imminent danger or if you're just going to get pulled forward to have a conversation or just to be killed. She wasn't really sure because most of the time it is just killed. But since you are vassals and not just random people that she has chosen in the past, it seemed like you might be able to have some sort of conversation. Who knows? But either way, short end of the story was the party has made a lot of enemies, but you've also made a lot of allies. Well, not as many allies as enemies, but nevertheless, you have many different routes that you can take, and she offered herself as one, where she would gladly reward you with whatever your heart's desire was. In which case, Duradon very simply said he wanted Herma's twin sister blade, which is the only one that is not in the possession of a monarch right now, because, as stated, Herma is with Monarch of Mischief, and Herma's brother is with, at least what the Monarch of Mischief stated, the Monarch of Dragons, who does live on the island of Paradise Peak. However, good luck. You know where it is. It does not change how easy it is to get it. But you were given a few warnings as players, and you got the idea that you have a slight bit of time to try and work things out before shit hits the fan, but shit is going to hit the fan, as a whole lot of consequences are being slapped right up, in which we saw even more of in Mustang's case, as we hopped back to a lovely conversation and a beachside stroll, excuse me, as the duo of Mammoth and Mustang, because Mammoth didn't have anyone else that he could spend the night with that was trusted by Mustang, which, by the way, I found hilarious, because you did have two people who are semi like trustworthy, but also I love that you said it's above Zyrus's pay grade, and you are the one. Literally, Mustang is the one who hires and pays her now as the leader of the six.
He doesn't want to pay her
So
anymore.
that made me chuckle a lot. What did you say?
It's
You say
above her
you're...
pay grade, and he doesn't want to pay her anymore.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
Well, already did. This month's paid for. The the stroll that you had essentially consisted of, because you did have some conversation with him beforehand, where Mammoth was pressing Matic about what he would feel if this was a date, and it was very clear that Matic was. It wasn't, because neither of you had insight high enough to insight checked high enough to see it. But it was later revealed he clearly wasn't happy with the term date being thrown around so lightly. And he even offered to bring Mammoth to some of the desert isles that he had traveled in the past after you gave him one of the flowers from the bouquet that Mustang had prepared. In which you asked if he'd be fine just going with Mustang, and he did not answer. Which was later clarified during the actual stroll itself, as you decided the only real place you could go is either the Slumbering Thicket, which it does carry a little bit of danger with it, because it is so outside of city limits, and it is isolated in the woods, or the beach, in which you decide to go there because you've already slept there before, when you had your initial, kind of, I don't want to call it an outing, but when you were preparing to go out on your, uh, oh dear God, merfolk. You're preparing to go out on your merfolk hunt. Um, way back then. You stayed there with Mammoth, I believe Kipley, as you were waiting to leave. So you decided it'd be a good spot. You hightailed yourself down there. Yes, sir, the sand fleas. You hightailed yourself down there, and you had a conversation. One that Mustang was not surprised to hear, as Matic spoke the truth and nothing but the truth. As the party learned, they were in fact in a relationship. It was, in fact, a few months ago before Mustang had joined the party, and that Matic had been changed from a literal robotic Warforge who didn't act outside of his protocols and was very, 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 almost said a word that would have made everyone giggle. Very strict about his rules that he follows. Um, you know it. And it was clear that through how impassioned he sounded and how hurt he sounded, that Mustang had changed that for the better. And also shown in the dialogue that you had, where he was making jokes a decent amount, and he was able to carry out a lot more complex interactions than he could have before. However, it was also revealed that Mustang, for one reason or another, left right around the time that a whole lot was going down, and the fact that the Flora Alliance tried to reach out to him for a job, that Matic was trying to get serious with him, and was expecting some sort of answer / response to advances. And he basically up and disappeared, and in this world, it's already hard enough to track someone down. But for a man of smoke who has a few decent connections in certain places, was able to circumvent a whole lot of that and just disappeared. So Mustang hit him with the, I just need time, and I understand what I did, and I'm a changed person, and I have a different view on life. And Matic hit you with the diabolical, I don't know if there's enough time. Oh my god, it actually does look like Darkrai. That's funny. He essentially summed it up to both you and him need to come to conclusions on how you think and feel about each other, and that he has had months to himself where he is really unsure of if you are someone who can be in a relationship with him, as you changed him for the better and you've done a whole lot of good for him. And he said he bears not too much ill will, but overall has accepted or come to accept of his own accord that he might not be the right person for you, or you might not be the right version of Mustang for him. So you were met with that conundrum, but also was met with another in the form of why he wanted to talk to you, not for dating reasons, was that some past mission, in which the party hasn't gotten too many details on, so I won't spoil it, just in case Mustang wants to share himself, a mission known as a Prom Cruise. Still, I laugh every time I say that name, because you know what you did. Even if you did intend to do it, you know what you did, Ash.
Wait, what did
Mission
I do?
Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise. We've had this discussion before. We've had this
I didn't
talk
even
before.
notice.
Um,
Uh,
but an island known as Prom Cruise, in which a settlement was trying to be set up upon, in which Matic and Mustang had been sent there by a private hiring hand in order to maintain laws, laws, and essentially act as both stand-in sheriffs and front workers trying to both survey the land, make sure that any other interested parties stayed out of it, and overall kind of like overseers to this project. And while it didn't go into the details of how it failed in the past, he mentioned that it was clearly of interest to a new group that had taken hold of the island. Not, at least, you don't have the full extent of knowledge because he didn't share a lot with you, but he gave you the basics of something called the New Generation. The New Generation fleet had surrounded the Isles, and were beginning to have conversation with the Flora Alliance about some sort of negotiation or talks about, who knows, either taking asylum in the island, whether they wanted to take it for their own, or whether there might be combat over it. Who knows? But he said Matic would be gone for probably 2 to 3 months to both travel out to Prom Cruise and with an unknown amount of time for whether the negotiations would be successful or not, or how long it would take for it to be over. He didn't really give you a deadline of when he would next be available to meet in person again. But at the very least, it did explain as to why the Council and the Flora Alliance were involved enough where the Brotherhood Pact of not being able to take residence upon or really do any business on the actual island of Paradise Peak was leniently looked over in this case because of the fact that a fleet of this size and danger level essentially pulled up to a presumably abandoned location, but went through a number of Brotherhood territories and Paradise Peak allied territories to do so, causing kind of like a secondary problem in the background, as the Heralds were kind of the main focus of the council. But nevertheless, and also, I don't know if you remember this as players, but there was some little hints about this in the past. If you remember, a southern island had Flora Alliance representatives taken hostage by an unknown band of pirates. Wonder where or who that could have been. Anyways, yeah, he hit you with that, and then just kind of we ended right afterwards to leave the pain and suffering that Mustang was going through on the burner. As the rest of the party split up, attention and goals diverted, and the Smoky Boy was just going through sadness and marinating in it. But that is where we're going to be picking up tonight. In which I will warn you, this is going to be a shorter session. Do not expect to go too far, because one of the next major things, which is very important before any key story beats move forward, is we need Jared here for a rather important role to be had regarding his character that I don't want to do without him here. And also a few other things in the background. But we actually aren't going to the main party tonight. as we start off the session. Instead, we go to New, everyone's favorite
Yay.
rogue in not so shining black leather armor. Last time we saw New, you were having a conversation with Robert, the priest of Ode, who is one of the heads of the Whispers of the Wind, a criminal syndicate who both operates in Paradise Peak and through a number of both Brotherhood run fleets, islands, and dwellers, as well as many not so legally acquired and known vessels. It is primarily a network of information, but there is the availability for jobs. And what Robert was talking about with you was the potential for 2 jobs that came across his table. One was local, and it was an assassination. And one was set afar, in which he didn't give you the proper details of what the deadline was and where it would be, because you haven't pledged yourself yet. And giving that information to an outsider, you gotta stay a little careful, even if you have a shit ton of dirt on the other person. Their organization is worth a whole lot more than just turning in a single assassin who hasn't actually assassinated anyone yet that we know of on Paradise Peak. So, he essentially said, if you are interested, you can come back and let me know, and I can give you details if you're going to confirm that you will do this job as your first mission in joining the Whispers of the Wind. I haven't seen New since then, so I will ask you, Brian, is there anything that you would want New to partake in throughout this time that has passed, which has essentially been, that was early in the morning. This is still the same day. Holy, there was a lot of talking last session. It's still the same day. It is, I think, where we left off. It was like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night. So if you have anything that you want New to do, or anywhere you would want him to visit for the majority of the afternoon and evening, let me know. Is there anything you'd be interested in?
Not that I could think of off the top of my head.
Uh,
But I know he would have just, I mean, just to like close out his day or whatever, he would have just meditated for the 4 hours.
sure.
So he would have just found somewhere quiet to meditate.
Awesome. Are you planning on going back to the temple tonight, or are you going to go the next morning?
The next
'Cause he
morning.
did say, gotcha.
Yeah.
'Cause he did say the local job he needed to know as soon as possible. So okay, you will wait
Oh.
until the morrow.
I was gonna say, if it's soon as possible, then he would have told him that night that he would have been up for the assassination.
Okay, so you go back to the temple.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, you were instructed. It wasn't like he didn't demand that you did it, but it was highly requested that on top of the bland, kind of grayish, blackish cloak that he gave you, that you got a new set of clothes for your daytime wear. Did New go clothes shopping for today? Or did he attempt to?
I don't think he did, 'cause I don't think I even have. How much gold did he even start with? Yeah, I've only got 15 gold that I started out with,
Yeah.
so I don't know if that would have been enough to do much of anything.
But it for clothes, for common clothes, absolutely.
Would it?
For
Okay.
anything fancy, no. But for getting like commoners clothes essentially, or like a disguise kit, you could absolutely find something similar. Not disguise kit, excuse me. But a disguise, you
Something
could.
better than solid black.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So if that's something you'd like to do, you absolutely can.
Yeah, that's what he would have done. He's-
Give me an investigation check, if you will,
Okay.
if you'd be so kind. 5. Okay. As a reminder, everyone, you do have your 2 inspiration dice that we have tonight. I don't know if you want to use that on the first roll
Yeah, I don't think I
for
will.
clothes,
For clothes
but
shopping, no, I'll hold on to it.
yeah, I assume not.
Don't give in.
Unless you'll be real stingy about some outfits. Cool. So you spend actually a good portion of your afternoon before you start your meditation, kind of just searching around for local shops. And because of today's events, there's a lot of businesses that are closed. Because the island is essentially like preparing for what is coming next, slash celebrating the small victories that they've had today, shown in the military campaign. So a lot of businesses have closed, and the ones that are open are kind of being used as like makeshift party rooms, essentially, where they're just kind of like housing a bunch of revelry and people come kind of off their rockers in the middle of the day, drinking and partying and celebrating. And I know. Every time I think about that, off my rockers, Betty White bus up. So you have a hard time like finding a proper place to even buy a simple set of clothing. However, you do end up after about like an hour of walking around. Um, you spend a few minutes in kind of the southernmost part of town, closer to where the docks are, and you find this kind of run-down looking, just common goods store, uh, where it literally is just a common store where you just find like basic knickknacks and items that are like useful for everyday life, but not really useful to adventurers or
Mhm.
criminals or anyone that would require any like higher end gear. Uh, and you almost don't go in, but you see how empty it is, and you just kind of have one of those like, it's window shopping. I'll peek my head in if I don't see anything. It's fine. And you peek your head in, and you can see that there are some very basic like clothing. It was once a rack, you assumed, but is now legitimately like 2 to 3 pairs of clothes strung up, where most actual stores would have at least on display anywhere between 25 and 30 different sets at once. But you see there's 3 different outfits. One common white, not white frilled shirt, but just kind of like white cloth shirt, commonly used in laboring and sea travel, for just having an underlayer, essentially. Uh, and just basic pants, cobbled together shoes. The other one is legitimately there's just a coat. There's not even a shirt. It is just a larger, clearly used trench coat, and a pair of what looks like could be like reinforced boots of some kind. Where the leather is a little bit worn out, but it still kind of looks thicker and tough. And the other one is a dress. So you don't have a whole lot of options, but if you cobble together the 2 of those with a large coat and the basic commoner's clothes, that is only going to run you 5 silver, and it will, you figure, will help you blend in a little better. At
Yeah,
least you
he
won't be standing out as much.
right. Not as much. Yeah, he'll just piece together options 1 and 2.
Sure thing. Uh, do you ask for the remaining 5 silver back, or do you just hand over a gold?
Yeah, he'll wait for his change.
Your change does arrive. The proprietor of this business, because let me see if I have the name. It's somewhere up there. Let me see. Uh, this is one of That's right. It is Olik. Olik is a you have run to Warforge and similar type before, where there's like some half human, half automaton reinforced people. There are just some fully Warforge, and there are those who just have like certain limbs replaced by technology and by like prosthetics.
Mhm.
This is one that you are not fully familiar with, as it appears to be a Warforge. However, they are not like a medium-sized, like normal humanoid build. Their main torso is a barrel, and their head looks like it's kind of like haphazardly screwed on top of it. Like it's firm and in there, but not nearly as much as like the wiring and welding of a normal Warforge. And they're kind of stout, short, and just have like really basic limbs that have the minimal functions. And is Oleg's Ordinary Collection. Um, as you see, they just pass over the 5 silver and go, "Thank you for doing business. It's been a pleasure. If you have anything else that Oleg can help you with, just let me know, stranger. Or just let me know, stranger. Or either way. Let one of us know."
He just gives a nod and walks out.
Sure thing. You head out, and eventually you find your way back to the Temple of Ode. Where you can see at this point in the day, uh, it's kind of closer to evening. Um, there isn't a whole lot of people out on the streets. However, you do see there are a few other people in the temple. Um, that are currently not on the second floor, where he brought you last time, but as you walk in, as similarly described, there aren't really like pews or like any like normal kind of worshiping area. There's separate rooms on each sides of the wall. There's like private chambers where you can talk to the clerics and priests of Ode. And you can see all of the doors were open in the morning, and there's only 2 doors of the 6 that are currently open. The other 4 are closed. And you can hear just some mumbling and conversation going on in the background. However, uh, do you make your way up to the second floor and look around for Robert? Or are you gonna, if you want, you can attempt to snoop around for some more details?
He might try to get a little bit closer just to see if he could overhear anything interesting.
Or, first off, give me a stealth check.
Stealth.
You know, it's more of a, more of a polite ask at this point, but I have to just in case you roll a 1.
You never
Um,
know.
You never know. Dirty 20, more than enough. Go ahead and give me a perception check. 21.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you want to stop by all 4? Or would you like to roll a d4 and listen in on one conversation in particular?
I'll do the D4.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d4. Do left, right. Cool, it's one on the right. The furthest closed door on the right is one of the louder conversations going on, so you're kind of more naturally drawn to it. And you just kind of slowly begin to walk by, kind of nonchalantly, not trying to look like you are listening in, because there's no other like people visible right now. So the hide action isn't you like trying to stealth away from eyesight. It is more just trying to make yourself look natural. And there is, there's no like furniture right next to the door. There is a mounted brazier that is currently lit, and the fire in the kind of cold wind that's being blown in from some of the windows. It's kind of flickering a little bit in and out. So you just kind of lean next to it and just kind of have your eyes focus on it where it looks like if someone walked in, you might be trying to tend to the fire or make sure that's not going out. But you are realistically pressing your ear as close to the wall as possible to listen in on some goodies.
Gotcha.
From this in particular, you hear a woman, older, you could probably guess, for 21. Can't really get any physical descriptions or details, of course, but you can hear the voice doesn't sound like Robert. It is one that you are also unfamiliar with. But the bare essentials of what you can overhear is this older woman who is having trouble processing and kind of forgiving herself for causing a commotion that brought about the loss of many lives. And you can hear as the cleric begins to walk them through some basic steps of like you were lacking information you didn't know at the time. It cannot be blamed on you. I understand why you would feel this way, but you have to understand that many different gifts, blessings, and even sometimes bad omens and unfortunate events are all brought on the winds by Ode, and it is simply up to us to try and accept these obstacles or blessings and carry them on until we are once more graced again by his presence. Go ahead and make me a history check, if you will. Just because she does go further into detail,
Mhm.
but it wouldn't mean much for someone who is unfamiliar with unfamiliar with Paradise Peak.
Nope.
So with a 6, most certainly not going to be aware of / remember recent events. If you want, you can re-roll it. But if you want to
No,
keep a
it's
6,
okay.
no
Yeah,
idea.
I'll keep going with it.
Yeah. There is some event that happened in the past couple of months, which was clearly some sort of tragedy that this woman feels partly responsible for. That's the best that you can get. However, while you are, you know what, I'll give you a fair chance, just to see. She's just like us, for real, for real. What is your modifier? It's not a +10, but it is high. 26. You don't hear or see him as you are kind of like pressed up against the wall, eyesight looking forward, kind of towards the main statue / idol of worship of Ode, where the altar is.
Mhm.
And you don't hear the footsteps, but you do hear the voice behind you as Robert, kind of catching you off guard, goes, "If you wanted to have a private confession session of your own, you may very well do so, but the majority of these are saved for our practitioners."
He just turns around and excuse me. My apologies. I was just well, I was just listening.
And see, he looks you up and down. Are you wearing the new outfit?
Yes.
Okay. He smiles. I almost didn't recognize you. Pats you on the shoulder. That is good. Let's away to more private quarters. And begins to lead you back upstairs. He doesn't bring you to the
Sure thing.
chamber that he did before. Instead, he walks to the very end of the hallway. And you see he walks up to one of the walls at the back of the temple, and he kind of takes a quick glance around before taking his holy amulet, his divine focus, and it is normally just the symbol and mark of Ode, which looks like it is kind of just some like breeze lines over a open ocean, with mainly still waters. And he presses it up against a portion of the wall, and you just hear a slight click and rumble. And not the wall that he placed it against opens up, but the wall right next to it to the right, which doesn't look like there is a room nearby. And you know very well, because you were in the room adjacent to it, not but this morning, that it doesn't look like there's enough space for this to exist. It looks like it is just part of the wall. But as it opens up, you see a small chamber and a hatch that is currently closed inside. And he gestures for you to go in first.
You'll go in.
Awesome. You make your way in. You open the hatch, which is not locked immediately. But as you do, Robert will say, let me go first. Just as a precaution. And heads down the ladder first. And as you look down, you have 60 feet of dark vision, right? It's not extended by anything.
Correct.
Cool. In one of the rare cases, you cannot see the bottom of this ladder. It is long. And you climb down, and it takes like a good 45 seconds to like a minute, almost a minute and a half of a slow descent before you finally find your feet meeting cold stone once again. And as you look around the chambers that you are in, it is a simple cobblestone human made portion of it. Looks like a cave. It extends outward, and you can see there are multiple pathways leading into almost this literal den, some sort of creature's den, a mole network tunnel. You yourself haven't been in these undergrounds too often, because no reason to. Going
Right.
underground in this plane considered very dangerous, because of how often the world shifts. If an island moves while you're underneath it, you are most likely trapped and you're going to die. Unless you are some sort of high-level sorcerer or magician who can cast spells. So in your case, you've been warned by both Deshad and just many travelers you've met, don't go underground. But in this case, you see it looks like a mix of man-made and natural caverns kind of meeting and combining. And in each of these alcoves, you can see it is bustling with people. From an initial glance, you see there's roughly about 30 to 40 people just in this current alcove. But going down, you see there's a line of lit torches going roughly about 100 feet before it meets another stairwell going down. And you can see there's at least four other alcoves, hallways leading to four other alcoves, excuse me. So you can imagine the network continues down even further. But for right now, you see Robert begins to just smile and nod at a few people as he's walking past them. And as he approaches, you see a lot of the people that are currently here give a slight bow to him. Some key figures don't and are simply exchanging the nod in return. But it's clear that in terms of the hierarchy, or at least in this specific den, he is at least somewhat well respected and held above certain other people. You, on the other hand, every single set of eyes, the second that they move away from Robert, are stuck on you, and you see there is a mixture of curiosity, of animosity, and a number of different poker faces put on by these people as you walk past them. Some have their hands resting on the hilts of weapons. Some casually leaning up against walls, just kind of letting you pass and clocking you as you do. You see others just kind of like giggling, laughing, and holding conversations of their own, either completely ignoring both your presences or not overly excuse me, I need to sneeze. Oh god.
Bless you.
Sneeze and cough at the same time. That was so unpleasant.
Oh, I bet.
You see, they're not making a lot of effort to try and make their presence known to you or have any sort of eyesight or conversation. But as Robert brings you to like kind of the back of this certain den, you see there is a large maple or some kind of maple oak desk that has a very sheen coating to the top of it. It looks very well maintained for being down in this kind of dusty-esque cavern. You see there's an oil lantern being hung above it. A lot of various different trinkets are laid out upon the desk itself. And you see there's a lot of statues. And as you approach, go ahead and make me, if you will, a religion check. It's not that high of a DC. It's only
It's
10.
not that high of a roll.
That is a 3. Cool. Just statues. News knowledge. This must be a collector or something.
These
Who
are
knows?
made of rock.
Yeah. Man, a lot of weird small rock people on your desk. Deshad is just face palming. That's actually a good question. Do you leave Deshad outside, or do you try and bring them in?
Well, I figured he was still waiting on a reply from the letter that he left for Mustang.
Okay,
So I just
Alright.
figured Assad was still just sitting up somewhere waiting.
sure thing. While you're waiting on them, you're here by yourself. And that is kind of just like echoed in the back of your mind of, if this is somehow an elaborate trap to get you alone in a dark room full of 40 people, he is so successful, and you are heavily outnumbered. Even someone as skilled as you, this is not a scenario where it would look good for you if things went bad. It does kind of just edge the back of your mind. But more
Right.
importantly, you see this woman behind the desk, kind of a little bit between fuzzed and curly hair. Kind of the ends are curled, but it is kind of mainly held up and a little poofed. Wearing this kind of gilded golden and white dress that it doesn't have a long flowing underbottom. Is kind of like more cut close to the actual body itself. Not skin tight, but the top is very much still presentable. But you would also be able to recognize this as combat gear. It is some sort of reinforced armor that is either magically enhanced cloth or silk, or some leather worked into what was once evening attire or some sort of outgoing attire. And you see she has a belt around her waist that has a countless number of smaller needles inserted into them, which you would actually be familiar with. They're very similar to darts, or a kind of smaller version of a throwing dagger, except they are exclusively used by... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and make me another history check. I only ask this because you are not from around these parts.
Right.
So you hear rumors and you can understand things. It's like, it's adjacent to what you know from your home, but not specifically here. Okay, cool.
Much better roll.
So it comes from you are familiar with it for once. Um, after like kind of having like that little like nab in the back of your mind, being like, "Shit, I fully blew it," not remembering the whispers of the wind at first. That is such like a my bad thing, even though I've heard about them and literally like, you haven't worked with them before, but like you've been in very close proximity to some of their representatives. Um, Now you're like, oh shit, I don't know this women specifically, but I know what those are. Um,
Mhm.
these are magically enhanced needles used by blade singer wizards who are outfitted specifically with their spell list, design, and capabilities uh, to be insurgents. Essentially, spies who go undercover and do very high profile assassinations that cannot be detected by normal combative means. Because you've had some sloppy jobs before in the past when you were first learning the trade. And everyone does, where something doesn't go to plan.
Yeah.
Those needles, as tiny as they are, normally are coated with a potent enough poison to kill even a decently matured awakened, never mind a normal citizen, a normal commoner, excuse me. So those are extraordinarily deadly, and also, they can normally dish out a number of them at once, not just two quick, precise attacks.
Mhm.
A lot of them. Um, So you kind of clock that as you approach, and she is currently in the midst of what looks like to be uh, finishing some sort of review, some sort of paperwork where she herself isn't writing, but she has lenses in front of her where she's looking down, reading in the lantern light, kind of checking things over. And as Robert approaches, he just kind of clears his throat a little bit and goes, uh, "Lady Rashan, this is," and he gestures to you while kind of stepping to the side so you can get a full view of you. This is new Buren also. One of our pauses, looks at you once more and looks back at her. Potential new recruits. He has not performed any missions with us yet, but I think he is a promising talent. And in these times of uncertainty, uh, new faces could be a boon upon us. You see the woman who he referred to as Raishan puts her glasses down, looks up at you, and stands up from her chair, kind of pushing back, which also, following the theme of powerful women in this campaign, it's a really nice chair. It's a really nice chair. You look at it, and the first thing you're like, "Oh my god, it's cushioned to shit. That looks comfy." Um, She kind of pushes it back and begins to walk around the table. See, she doesn't say anything, but her eyes meet yours, and you get this kind of intensity behind them of where it doesn't feel like she is just looking at you. It is almost like she is looking through you at something else. And she does a quick circle around you before walking directly in front of you and sitting not behind, but on the desk itself, kind of half on it, half kind of leaning against it, and leaning ever so slightly forward with her face kind of about like 5 to 6 inches from yours, but still close enough where you kind of feel the need to back up a little bit. Um, as you do smell this kind of like heavy, not perfume, but incense smell coming off of her as well. Um, Almost kind of similar to charcoal, but you're unsure of what substance was burned. It just smells like something coal-based or some sort of mineral was burned around her. And you see she goes, New, new Baron also. That is not a very common name. You do not appear to be a very common man. You are Shadowkai, yes?
Yes.
Not of this realm.
No.
Hmm. I do not run into many of your brothers and sisters, and they do not often find themselves wandering upon our doorstep. So before I get to any prominent questions, would you do me the kindness of answering what brings you to ours? Robert has given me basic details and information, but you are a very large question mark, and I don't like uncertainties and question marks on my paperwork. So help me finish filling out this metaphorical form, if you will.
Oh, and I almost forgot to post your picture.
Character art.
Character art. That's why we're here. Show me the pretty women. You haven't gotten her last name, so I'll just post this for now.
Oh, I like her.
She's got my haircut.
Yes.
I didn't know the actual term for it, so I apologize if I butchered the description. But it is very, very cute.
He just looks at her and he'll say, I came here seeking assistance with a matter. I'm being hunted. And I know I can't take it on myself, so just trying to find some people to help.
You seek asylum amongst the ranks.
He'll nod.
And who might be hunting?
She kind of looks you up and down.
What I would assume normally is a hunter himself.
It's actually an old alliance, I guess you could say, that I had.
And what might that alliance's name be?
The Red Eclipse. Serving in Gloomrot in the Shadowfell.
Gonna go ahead and allow for a history check. It is not common knowledge to this plane. So we will see. She is very intelligent. So she actually got a beefy mod to this. Of multi-classes, 23. So she pauses and kind of stares off, looking up at the lantern light for a second, before looking slowly back down at you, clearly with not like immediate recognition, but clearly having some sort of idea and or memory being brought up by the name Red Eclipse. And she looks at you and goes,
And these people, are they on our current plane of existence now, chasing you? Or were they simply chasing you out of the Shadowfell?
At first, I did not think that they would follow me, but it appears at least one of them has followed me here. I ran into him in Port Cliff.
And who might that be?
He's a goblin by the name of Kratz. Kratz Mudamix.
I have not heard of this specific member of the Red Eclipse, but I have heard of them before. We do not often do business with other planes of existence. It is not as much as we have any complicated feelings towards them. It is more trying to keep a hidden network of information hidden while traveling across planes when that magic is very easily detected is challenging. And the rewards are not normally equal to what we have to spend in order to even create those channels. However, we have had those who have made deals with certain beings on the other side. we keep informed through those specific kind of channels. And while I have not heard of this Krat mud mix, I have heard of one name before that I have become aware of. Not currently active in this plane of existence, but prominent in your home. I believe it was a man by the name of Oshan Grev.
You see his face kind of tense up hearing the name. Yes, I know of him.
He tried to do business with one of our own. Many years back, it has not been brought up, nor we have gotten word from them in quite some time, but back when we were still operating our main operations within the city of Orabunda, we had gotten privileges to use one of the main spell shops. A sorcerer of decent proficiency who had created a number of magical circles throughout the world that, despite its ever-changing nature, seemed to be consistent where it would send you. And one of those was the Shadowfell. We originally went for resources, harvesting, getting very rare items that would sell on various different markets on the prime material plane for a pretty copper. One of our assets ran into this man. As he was in the middle of a hunt, we interrupted it. And I believe we lost 3 of our own, after which he contacted us, trying to set up a deal to stay out of his territory. A group known as the Red Eclipse, and made it very clear he was not interested in having any sort of positive relationship. Not heard from him since, after we didn't necessarily cave in to such demands, but haven't had the curiosity to go back, nor the manpower these days.
Understandable.
I might ask, what did you do that would gain the ire of such an organization?
I was young. Stupid mistake. I thought that I could lead that group better than the Overseer could. So I challenged the Overseer. And, well, was easily defeated.
You are very bold, my friend. You tried to take control of an organization such as that. I know they are not large in numbers, but from what I understand of the one that we encountered, Oshan was certainly not a pushover.
Right.
You see, she... go ahead and make me an insight check, if you will. It's not immediately shown on her face, but I'll give you a chance. Natural 20. Ooh, juicy, juicy. You can see throughout the conversation, she has been a lot more expressive than others in this kind of trade that you've run into in the past, with both her emotions and facial features as she's having this conversation. It is very clear to you, reading both her body language and through the mannerisms in which she talks, that in no way, shape, or form has she considered you a threat since you entered this room. It has only been a curiosity as to why Robert brought you here, and to why a stranger who she has, you assume, has not a lot on,
is being potentially inducted into the organization.
Mm-hmm.
What you get from this is, after you mention you were young and dumb and tried to take over an organization, after name dropping and confirming that the Red Eclipse, not being run by Oshan, but him being a very powerful and well-known, um, excuse me, member of the group in the Shadowfell, you see there is a gleam, like a second of almost like a spark of respect that's kind of ignited in her eye as she looks at you. That's very quickly doused as you go further into the details and speak of your failure in the matter and how you are currently running from them because of this. So you there's clearly some level of like, I respect you not thinking the current leadership is great and you wanting to change it, but you were really dumb in doing so. Like there is that, like, I like that you want change, but buddy, not a great way of doing it. But she follows up and goes,
So there is at least one member that is known here, and you are trying to seek asylum amongst our ranks from this goblin that is hunting you.
Not so much him that I am worried about, but I
the
figured,
Organization as a whole.
correct, if he's here,
And
then I'm
they,
sure the others will follow.
if he fails, they will send others.
Well, he already failed once, but he escaped before I could finish anything.
she raises an eyebrow.
Interesting. Very well. What are your talents? Anything that you are diversely interested in, good at, passionate about? We house a number of interesting individuals, to say the least. And while I am not opposed to putting you through the rite of passage, I would like to know what your further goal is in life besides trying to avoid a past mistake. If that is your only reason for coming to us, will you know where the door is?
Well, growing stronger is always a goal of mine. Hopefully, one day, I do aim to return to Gloomrot and finish what I attempted many years ago.
So you wish to go back to lead the Red Eclipse, or create your
Correct.
own organization?
Start anew. Take the Red Eclipse and start it over.
And you think just killing the current leadership will be enough to change that? The others would follow you if you killed the Overseer. That is your logic?
One of them, possibly. We were
And if the
close while I was
others-
there.
And if the others refuse?
Then they will meet the same end as the Overseer.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. Persuasion, or if you are proficient in any of the other charisma-based skills besides intimidation.
I think it's all the same.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's all just a +1 modifier.
For sure. 10. Do you want to keep it or you want to re-roll that?
I'll re-roll that one.
Cool. Take 2.
That
20.
That's better.
See, I had a feeling in the back of my head of like, this motherfucker rolls so well. I know if you give him another chance, the dice gods would be like, oh, so sorry, sir. I know you only have a +1, but let me make that a dirty 20 once more. You as you make that final statement of I'm going to start it, and not you're going to create a new organization, but the fact that you're going to go back, proclaim that you will take the Red Eclipse for yourself and make it your own, whether they like it or not, and kill anybody that doesn't agree with you. There is that semblance of respect in her eyes immediately returns, and you definitely get the sense of not necessarily not any worry or concern being lifted from her shoulders, but you can see her body language relaxes even further into a state of pure only curiosity, um, and kind of very much like when you say to an animal their favorite word, and their kind of ears perk up and their eyes kind of get all big and bright. You see, her ears don't like fully perk up, but just her head kind of swivels a little bit faster towards you, and she just gets this kind of smile on her face that you can definitely tell is genuine.
Very well. I deem you worthy enough to take on the rite of passage. Robert, have you seen any of his current abilities in action?
And you see Robert kind of turns to you with a slight smile.
Yes, very limitedly so, but I have seen a thing or two. Then I believe you are not the right man for this job.
Turns to the side and shouts down the hall, which echoes further into the chambers beyond.
Jorgoth, come here. A few moments pass.
About 5 seconds before you hear heavy footfalls. And rounding the corner out of one of the passageways, leading into one of the other dens that was currently out of eyesight, you see a hulking figure in which looks like they barely fit down here in these halls, which like they're roughly about it is roughly about like a 10 by 10 foot tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
You see this armored individuals. You don't immediately pick up any sort of species or race right away, but you see this armored individual wearing full plate armor, carrying this massive great sword, kind of just on their shoulder, and it kind of similar to yours is fully kitted out in black. They do have a cloak of black feathers, kind of just slightly adorned behind them. And as they are approaching, you can see this almost in the same way of when you look at a road on a hot day and there is that kind of illusionary kind of what's the word I'm looking for, a kind of illusionary blur in certain spots, where your vision just kind of makes you look like there's a mirage around them.
Right.
The air around the helmet of where the actual like helm is blurred to an extent of complete darkness, and you can only see two red eyes staring out back towards you. I'm asking you for a lot of checks. Go ahead and make me an Arcana check just for the sake of sakes.
Okay.
$11.
Didn't even roll.
Mm.
It just slid across the screen. Sorry.
It said, "Fuck this shit."
Right.
You may or may not know. I'm gonna do this for you. You don't have an inherent guess to the actual name of the item, but you have seen magic used like this before. Uh, you know, well, a lot of your previous company didn't bother to use this because, opposed to others, they liked having their faces shown as like a face of fear. Um, a lot of other, not just thieves, but mercenaries specifically, um, those for whatever reason, excuse me, need to hide their proper identity, use some sort of spell or item to mask their face, and not just like a physical helmet, full on like some sort of illusion covering it. And you see as this large figure begins to slowly walk down the hall. She goes, right, as you may have experienced before with your past organization, I need some form of confirmation that you are what you say you are. What you have told me is correct, and while I am inclined to believe you to an extent, a very resourceful person who is simply looking to make connections and get free information could have said the same things as you and not experienced such combat firsthand. I would like a taste of what you might be able to offer us, and just to make sure that you are who you say you are. Do you have any opposition to such idea?
No.
Smile crosses her face.
Good. You really did not have a choice.
And you see this unit of what you assume to be a woman. Jorgel is a very kind of, you don't know. You've never heard that name before in your life. You assume it is not from this plane or your own. But they do have art, and they do have spelling.
Yay!
Um, this woman walks towards you, and kind of just places the gauntlet on your what would have been shoulder pad, but now the new cloak that you just purchased. Not fully resting on your shoulder, but just hovering on it enough that the iron tips of it kind of sink into the fabric. And she leans down and goes,
What is your name, small man?
I'm New Baron Uso, and you are?
No Baron Uso. My name is Jorgel, but that is no concern of yours. Let me ask you something before we start. In case something is to happen, what are the names of your next of kin, and what is the message you would like me to portray to them?
He laughs. I have no names to give you. I am not worried about that either.
A silent death into the night. Less work for myself.
and you see greatsword's already unsheathed. It is fully just it is fully just hefted onto the shoulder that's not currently reaching out towards you. You see drop the blade to the ground, still holding the hilt, but just kind of let the tip of it kind of fall to the ground. And as it hits, the sound resonates, echoes, and sparks kind of fly for a bit. And as it does, and that metallic ringing is kind of echoing throughout the cavern, you see everyone that was in the midst of conversation, or clearly were in the middle of some other business, immediately stop what they're doing, stand up, and begin to form a circle around the two of you. So now you have you move slightly towards the actual center of this cavern, so you're not right next to the desk of where Raishan was having her work done. but you see they kind of circle in around you, and they begin to kind of let out this little like low rumble almost, this low hum, where they're clearly getting gassed up and excited for this. Uh, as you yourself, being part of similar organizations, know, it is not every day where new blood steps to your door and is both offered aid and assistance, uh, and specifically chosen by one of the higher ups over that organization. And Robert being one of those people, like, you assumed he talked more game than what he told you specifically.
Yeah.
As from her conversation, it was clear that she had some sort of impression of you. And it looks like everyone else wants to make sure that
Mhm.
you're going to live up to whatever was said. So as they kind of begin to circle around you and begin these low chants excitedly, I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and roll me initiative.
All
Uh,
right.
as the two of you, you and Jorgel, begin to square up, the rest of the room goes into an absolute almost frenzy of excitement. Uh, as we get some new blood. Let me see.
As he unsheaths his katana, he'll look back at her and he'll say, "Death smiles at us all, and I smile back." And he'll grin really big.
I stare into the void, and the void stares back. Um,
Oh, that's a terrible initiative.
even with your passive perception alone, you can tell in a room full of thieves, murderers, assassins, and all different sorts of criminals, uh, the majority of them are surprised to see a potential new candidate, a potential new brother, pull out a katana. Of all the weapons that are normally like not sanctioned, but like are commonly used by the guilds, you have just pulled out like a samurai sword to a gunfight, essentially. No single person would have guessed that is the go-to blade, especially because they're not commonly known for being the best used weapon in these kind of like in combat scenarios, sure, but in assassination specifically, close to unheard of. Uh, but nevertheless, what'd you roll?
12.
12. Da, 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 da. We're not gonna pull up an actual initiative order because it is just the two of you.
Okay.
So we'll just go.
It's just seeing who
one
goes
by
first,
one.
pretty much.
Yeah. We're just gonna go one by one here, and let's see. She doesn't have the greatest dexterity in the world. Oh, and I also need to bring you onto the battle map. That would be useful. And also, you get idea of what kind of the system you're in of caves. It is zoomed in on one portion, so it's not completely accurate to the size of the actual cave that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty damn close to the layout of all the different little scattered bits and bobs. Let me just place her token right here. You can go ahead and put yourself anywhere on this same island over here. Cool. And she has a +3. It's 11 on the dice. That's a 14. First. That sucks for you.
It does. That's okay though.
So, well, it's also, I will let you know, in the past when you were required to do this, you haven't been in many different organizations. I'm pretty sure the Red Eclipse is the only proper syndicate you've been a part of.
Yeah.
And even they didn't require you to kill a man to get in. They required you to get them to the brink of death in order to be allowed in, but you never actually had to finish them off. No standards were set for whatever this is. So you are completely unsure of the level of lethality that you're going to be dealing with when fighting this person. So just keep that in mind when making your actions. But also keep in mind that as a bonus action, they're going to go ahead and enter a rage. As you see beneath the armor, fumes begin to rise out, and this thick, grayish, blackish mist just begins to envelop their form, kind of blending in with the mask itself of where that is, that kind of like that blurred out matter that kind of covers their entire body. And you see in a rush, almost similar to what would be a gust of wind, they are immediately in front of your face and are going to go ahead and make only a singular attack on you. But it will be reckless with advantage. We are looking to hit a 27 or 23. Pretty sure that is going to hit.
Yeah, my AC 17.
Cool. This is where the fun begins. I don't know if you can do this all at once on the roller, and I want you to see the damage just because it's a little more fun. If you do. This is going to be. She's only. It's only 5 levels in rocks. So we get. Brutal sneak attack. 4 and 2 6s is nice. And then from the great sword itself. So you are hit with 30 points of damage off rip.
Oh my gosh.
As in one fell sweep, the massive frame of the greatsword itself hits you with such a quick and kind of unexpected speed to the strike that you are struck, hit, and not only are you struck in the chest, but you feel her carve up just outside of the vitals. Like if it was an inch deeper, she could have gone into a lung.
Ouch.
As there's just a large gash running up your chest, and just blood and viscera begins to slowly leak out of it. That's her turn. I will remind you before you try and move or anything away. Reckless attacks does mean that while she gets to roll with advantage, you can also roll advantage against her as well.
Right.
Where there is a melee or ranged attack.
Okay.
Which does qualify for your sneak attack.
Yep, he will. After reeling from that vicious first attack, he will take a swing with his katana.
Go for it.
For some reason, it didn't roll, and it's with advantage, right?
With advantage, correct. And for a 17 or higher. Well,
26.
That's 26. For sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll me some damage. You do get sneak attack.
For some reason, it's not. It's weird.
Is it bugging out?
Yeah.
It's coming through.
Well,
is it just slow?
It doesn't let me, like, if I left click, it won't roll it. It just brings up what it does. I have to right click and then select to roll. It's being weird.
Interesting. That's new.
Right? But anyway, that's 12 damage.
Oh.
Did that come through?
No, I just tried it myself to see if there's a problem. That is definitely a D&D Beyond issue.
Yeah,
that's not working on my end either. I did see the damage that popped though.
Oh, okay. Damage. And then
that is just the katana damage, right?
Right.
Cool. Give me that sneak as well.
There it is.
Give me this sneaky dikey like.
It worked for sneak attack.
Strange.
6 more damage for sneak attack.
18 in total. Lovely. Half down to 9. Awesome. That is your action. Bonus action? What would you like to do?
Bonus action. He will.
You got a few.
I do.
We love to see characters with bonus actions.
He will use one of his key points and use patient defense.
Okay.
So I
Patient
can use.
defense going up. You kind of clutching the wound slightly. After slicing with the katana, you get one good strike. And while it doesn't, like, you pierce it through, because this isn't full plate armor that you see it up close. It's half plate. So there has to be chainmail in between to, or at least chain reinforced leather, to allow the mobility of ligaments to provide a little more advantage in both cover and mobility. You stab through, and you do draw blood as you pull out, and it does leak out of the mist. But it is not nearly the same pool that is gathering at your own feet in terms of equal amount as is pooling towards the bottom of hers. But clutching your chest and kind of getting to a defensive stance, kind of get ready, light footwork, ready to dodge out of the way. Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
Cool. I will remind you, it's been a minute since you've been in combat.
Yeah.
You can spend inspiration to take legendary actions at the end of another creature's turn. So if you want to take
Okay.
it's either a single action or bonus action. It's not a whole round or not a whole turn, excuse me. But if you want to take a single action after she goes, you can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Cool. That brings us back to Jorgel. By the way, I loved coming up with these names. I was thinking of like Crime Syndicate. I was like, I could spend a long time and like think out thoroughly, or I could just have some fun with some of these guys.
Right.
She was the fun part, if you can't tell. Let me go ahead. Also, what's your armor class total?
17.
17. Cool. Oh, you have the
Yeah.
same armor class. Cute. Cool. She is gonna go ahead and just regularly pop off an attack. As normal attack would be straight roll, but it is disadvantaged because you did patient defense, so it's the lower of whatever these two rolls are. As a 23 and a 14. So seeing that the reckless attack after the first blow, the fact that you're still alive, you can't really make out a whole lot of details from her face, but from the body language alone, you can see like a bit of surprise as she kind of just leans back a bit in surprise. And moving away from the reckless, kind of brutal nature of the first strike, she goes for a more precise stab in the same gash wound that she left you before. This, if it would have hit, would have been a killing blow. You can tell as someone who has been around death a lot in their life, this was not non-lethal. If it hit you, you
Gotcha.
would have died if it had gone
Oh my
over your
gosh.
maximum hit points. So you do kind of feel that, like, not only intensity, but that seriousness settle into your stomach of like, oh, this is not a friendly bout of me showing my talents. This is like a death match. I am fighting for my life right now. That is her action. She doesn't have a bonus action. 'Cause it is a great sword. So that's gonna be the end of her turn.
Okay. So can he legendary action now, or do I have
If you
to say
wanted
it
before you turn,
before?
use your last
Yep,
inspiration
I'll
die. You
use.
absolutely can.
I sure will.
It is
He.
going to just be a straight roll if you attack because she did not reckless last turn though. Keep that
Right.
in mind.
Gotcha. And then for his shrouded slice, it says it expends up to 3 charges to deal an additional 1d8, but I don't know
I
charges
believe
of what. Or is that a different level?
once. Let me see. I have to pull up the Google Doc. Google, show me this guy's balls. All right.
You may not want to
comes
ask
to
that.
my head every time. All right, new item. It's funny, new item. Shrouded slice. Once from hit target, you can spend up to 3 charges to deal an additional 1d8 equal to your current level. Yeah, no, it is up to 3 charges. And it's been a long rest, so you do have the full 6.
Right. Okay, yeah, he's just gonna go all out. He'll use 3 charges.
Cool. What
With the
damage
Shrouded-
type are you choosing?
We'll do the ice.
Full damage?
The cold damage, yeah.
I'm gonna be really nice. Go ahead and make me a call it a disadvantage perception check.
Okay. Disadvantage roll.
14? Cool. That is enough. Based off the size of this person alone, they are still technically considered a medium creature, but they are the maximum size for a medium creature,
Uh-huh.
which is 8 feet tall. Going off the height alone, going off of the strange mist, you would assume it could be a Goliath under there, and they are resistant to
Oh,
cold damage.
They are.
Even if it isn't, because you're not certain. There are Goliaths that are that tall, there are Goliaths that big,
Mm-hmm.
but also considering the fact that your damage wasn't reduced by any sort of ability like that, you're unsure if that's the case. However, the mist leaving their armor, is from this distance that you're in, does feel like it is colder than the air naturally is around them.
Got you.
So that alone, you go for it and you feel that second of like hesitation of whether or not you want to use it. You still can if you want to. It's not confirmed resistance, but it is. You feel it might be more likely than the secondary option that can be provided by that.
Well, see, that was my first thought was cold damage because the way its eyes were glowing, I thought maybe it would be more flame, you know. But having seen that, he would switch it over for the necrotic damage. Yeah.
There you go. All right, go ahead and roll me to hit. You're looking to be an AC of 17. It is a straight roll.
Flat roll.
Regular roll.
21.
21 hits. Dice gods love you, dude.
For
May the
now.
dice ever be in your favor.
And then the
Cool. Go ahead and roll me the normal damage.
there's
It's not sneak attacks. It's not
Right.
advantage, but you do get the extra. You do get the extra d8s.
so since I did 3 charges, it's 3d8s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's the normal damage.
My little rogue smiting. Love to
There's
see
the
it.
D8.
So that's 9. Points
And
of
here
damage.
comes
Down
the
to 4.
3d8s.
And 11 necrotic. That is not bad. Cool. So you see as the attack goes through, as I said before, she didn't really look too hurt. But as the necrotic strike pierces through, you kind of go for the opposite shoulder this time around, stabbing into the other. The blade coating in this kind of greenish blur for a moment. This greenish blast impacts against her, and almost like a mini death charge inside the actual wound itself, a secondary explosion of necrotic energy pops off and kind of propels the blade outward, pulling you back into that defensive stance again. And you can see that necrosis, like pulse of black energy, the blood that comes out the other side, opposed to where it was red on the other side, comes out in this kind of mixture of reddish, blackish ichor leaking to the ground. And it definitely seems more effective than the slashing damage you've been doing so far. But that is just your legendary action. You go to your turn now.
All right.
She doesn't have any sort of reaction to deal with that.
After seeing that works, he spins around and slashes at her again, doing the same thing, using another 3 charges, his last 3.
You're gonna burn them all, okay?
Yep,
Go big or go home.
exactly. So here comes his
Roll
next
hit,
swing.
straight roll, AC of 17.
Another high roll.
26.
Woo! Here comes the damage. Regular.
Regular roll.
10. And then
Slashing.
for the necrotic. Big rolls.
15. Nice. Woo, mama. Hell yeah. As you finish bringing the blade down, again, like 2 very quick strikes. This legendary action happens before your turns even started. So it
Mhm.
is very much you slice up, pull out, go in for yet another slice in a span of, excuse me, span of 18 seconds. You've made over. Oh, also as a reminder, that is just your action. You can bonus action punch afterwards, even if you're not using key points.
Yeah, yeah.
If you like to.
He'll probably do another key point and do patient defense again.
Patient defense again? Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. So not even doing the maximum amount of like damage you could have done because you are focused on the defensive side of things. What could have been a potential like 6 to 5 attacks is just instead this free, quick, rapid blows with the katana, which is faster than most. And you can see the face doesn't show surprise, but the body language and how she begins to grip the sword tighter doesn't necessarily show a sign of a losing battle, but someone who's going to take this a little more seriously.
Wake up.
Yeah, wake up, motherfucker. If I was just going to pierce you, little stingy, hell no. At the end of your turn, she is going to go ahead and make. Excuse me, at the start of hers, it's not legendary action. On her turn, she's going to go ahead and once again bring out the reckless attack. Seeing that you've just bursted her in this way and seeing that you are already severely wounded, kind of just throwing caution to the wind will take the advantage. It is canceled out by the disadvantage, so it's just a straight roll.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a +9 to hit. So let's see how Girly does. That is a 13. Go and buy a lottery ticket every Friday, dude. Like, honestly, at this point, D&D Beyond's just encouraging you to do so.
Right?
And roll 20. Even with what would have been advantage, feeling confident in the strike, once again going in for that same jab, you dodge out of the way, and now you are beginning to see the fumes leaving her armor build up in consistency, as it looks like genuine anger is beginning to set in. The rage before, Barbarian can rage but maintain a semblance of themselves. You can definitely hear like the almost visceral grunt that is let out as she misses, of just pure frustration as she will attempt to go in for another when it comes back to her turn. It goes back to you.
Let's see. What do I have to play with?
And you can also actually go ahead and also give me either a performance or a persuasion check. As this is more just to see how the audience, how well receptive it is of this little showing that you're giving. 4. Okay, cool. You know, right now they're more like oohs and ahs of the fact that you're getting the shit beat out of you. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're not gonna fully respect the fact that you just bursted the fuck out of her with that necrotic damage. But it is your turn.
Okay. I'm out of those, so this will just be a normal attack with the katana.
Perfect.
Oh,
12 is a swing and a miss.
missed that one.
As you yourself taking that patient defense, that defensive form, kind of coming out of it into an attack, you see no attempt to stop the blade is made. Instead, as it would go connect into the same spots, like you're kind of just trying to hit the same thing over and over again with each other.
Yeah.
Her out of like spite, you out of the fact that you are limited to where you can strike on the armor. She doesn't stop the blade until the last second, where she clenches with her gauntlet and with the arm that you're aiming for, and just kind of holds the katana before it can actually pierce her with her arm. And you're kind of in the midst of a tug of war before you eventually just have to decide of whether you leave it in there or kind of pull it out to get ready for another attack. And you pull away, unaffected or unactually able to pierce the armor itself as she kind of bats it away, pushing you back. That's your action. You still have your bonus.
Hmm.
And I think you only got one key point left, right?
I do. Yeah,
Keep that in mind.
I am. He will actually. I don't know if this will help too much, but for his bonus action, he's going to use Blessings of the Raven
Oh,
Queen,
Raven Queen? Cool.
and he will teleport back this way.
Keep in mind, I don't physically have enough tokens to represent it on the map. But
Oh, the
let
people.
me draw in the circle so you get an idea of where this radius of the fight is. Because nothing's gonna stop the teleport,
Hmm.
but you know it's not a good look to run from a fight, even if you still intend on continuing it. So we're gonna give you this little ring here. This is the radius that you've been given for
Okay.
the people lining up around her. So you can still you feel confident if you TP within inside of it, no problems.
Mhm.
But if you leave it, that will certainly say something about you.
What? I don't know if he would be able to do it, but what if he tries to like blend in with the people? Would he be able to do that? Like teleport from where he's
I
at
will let you
to-
know, with the amount of blood that you have
Oh,
on
true,
you,
true. Just
from
look
the
for a
wound
puddle.
alone,
Yeah.
and the pop up, like the actual teleport itself, it's not like overtly like attention drawing in its nature.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have a lot of like effects or like particles around you when it happens. It is just kind of like a bamf, like similar to a Misty Step.
Yeah.
However, with everyone watching you, not only would it be an extraordinarily high DC to meet for a stealth check,
Mm-hmm.
you are also physically bleeding, so
Gotcha.
you wouldn't be able to hide for more than one round at most.
Okay. So I think the furthest he would really be able to get and still be in the circle would be right here. So he'll bamf over to there.
All right. Bonus
And
action
then-
teleport. You go into
Yep.
that misty, ghostly state.
Yes.
End of your turn.
That's my turn.
All right. Gonna walk over.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Keep in mind, they did reckless on their last turn. So go ahead and roll one more time with your katana with advantage.
I forgot about that too.
Hey, me too. Shit happens. 25 did hit, and you would get
25.
sneak attack because it is with advantage.
Right. Okay.
Go ahead and roll that damage
So-
before I forget. So
Flat
you're trying, you don't
roll.
know whether you're trying to kill him or you're trying to hit a certain point, but you certainly don't want to miss out on free damage.
Right. So there you go.
10 points.
16.
10 sneak attack. Nice.
Oh, no.
Rough on the katana, but hey, we take that. We take what we can get. Hell yeah. Gods, if only this wasn't a barbarian. You're doing so well. Cool. That was your turn. It goes back to
Yes.
her. She's going to go ahead and recklessly attack you again. This time with no disadvantage. She will get 2 attempts. That is a 14 and
Oh.
a 17 to hit. Even rolling shit has the modifier enough to do that damage.
I am resistant to the damage type, though.
You are resistant to
Yes.
all damage, so you
So
will
hopefully it's a
resist all
low
of
roll.
this. Oh, buddies. That is half of 12 is 6,
Oh,
and half of 9 is 4. 10 points of damage. Is
oh
New
my
still up?
gosh. He is still up, barely.
Oh, are you in single digits?
Barely, yes.
Hell
Like,
yeah.
5.
That is her turn. Goes back to you. You can see the ghostly visage fades as even more blood lurches out of your chest. She did attack in the same wound, by the way, but since it
Yeah.
was kind of incorporeal, it didn't actually pierce any vitals. It did just kind of slash through you, and the after effect of that damage kind of leaks into your body as you return to the corporeal form. And you can see at this point, there's a decent amount of blood beginning to spill out of her now.
Okay.
And it's not again, you are on death's door.
Yeah.
And it's not like she's mimicking that, but you definitely put a dent into this.
Okay.
So as your turn. What do you want to do?
He looks up at her, grins a little bit. He just says a good death is its own reward, and he'll swing like an uppercut with his katana.
Okay.
And
Go
it's with
for it.
advantage.
It is with advantage because she did reckless.
Oh,
15 with advantage is a miss.
it is.
So you swipe upwards, saying the good death line. This time, she grabs the katana and kind of pulls you almost near face to face and goes, I agree. Let me show you. Before pushing you back, and you feel that kind of stumble, almost falling to your feet before you catch yourself. You still have a bonus action.
I'm gonna use that key point for flurry of blows.
Last key point, flare of blows, 2 attacks with advantage. Keep in mind, you don't get sneak attack from them, but
Right.
still get something.
First attack,
22 hits.
22. Oh my gosh.
5 points of bludgeoning.
I would have to roll a
Down
1 on that.
2.
And then my last attack,
Whoops.
18. Barely.
18 hits.
That's a little bit better.
4 points of damage. Ha 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 ha. That's so cool. You might be pissed. We'll see in a second. Cool. So you used essentially all your resources for this
Yeah,
turn. That's
all
action,
my
bonus
resources are-
action.
Mhm.
Cool. Is that the end of your turn?
That's the end of my turn. I'm out of key points and I'm out of the other stuff.
Top of the
the
order.
charges. Yep.
Jorgul is going to go ahead. Continue recklessly attacking. That is a 19 and a 23.
That hits.
The minimum amount of damage is enough to knock you out. As you go unconscious, you feel the blade pierce through your stomach, and instantly the lights go out. That cold sensation begins to tingle and run down your body, and you feel same sensation that you felt all those years ago when you barely survived your encounter with the Red Eclipse. When you initially began to run from the Overseer and started this chase all those years ago. You get a brief moment of an image flashing in your mind of your own viscera coating the front of your body, arrows sticking into you, and seeing that face, seeing Oshan hunting you like a dog through Gloomrot's wastelands. And then a healing word goes off. You were brought back lying on the floor with 9 HP. Yeah, there you go. You come back covered in blood. Your body, still with that chill, begins to warm once more. And uh, you see the armored woman standing over you, kind of great sword being put into the back of her harness, into the back of its sheath, and holding out an iron gauntlet down towards you.
He'll grab her forearm.
As you go to grab it, she too slows you and walks away. As you kind of lean up, she just kind of pulls the gauntlet away and walks off in a huff. And you see the smoke and kind of steam escaping from her armor dies down and kind of goes back inside.
He
As
grins
the
and
rage ends.
I'm sorry. He grins and spits some blood out to the side.
So I will tell you as a player, well, let me finish this first. I'll tell you
Okay.
afterwards.
Okay.
Just because it is funny of how close you were to getting something. As you kind of are pulled off of your feet, you see Raishan immediately begins to walk into the circle with you, kind of parting the crowd as she does. And she herself will, if you aren't already to your feet, hold you up. And it is not a gentle pull; it is a violent kind of tug with a strength that you were not expecting from someone of such a frame and a wizardly background. And as you kind of pull to your feet, she smiles at you with kind of like a cunning grin and goes, You certainly did not make a friend with Jorgel today. But
Wasn't
you've at
trying
least
to make a friend.
You've at least earned the right to take on our jobs. At least this one mission to prove yourself. I like you, New Brerin. You have a certain gusto about you, even when facing death, a smile on your face. It could be stupidity, it could be a carelessness that you do not respect what your life is worth. But I have an inkling it is more than that. An excitement for the fights can keep you more consumed by it. But the respect for a strong opponent and the excitement to fight one, that is different. That can create beautiful moments like these. Follow me. Robert will patch you up.
You see Robert, who is like rapidly flipping through a spell book, begins to flip from the page of healing word on it to cure wounds. And is going to go ahead and lay a 4th level on you for you. That is 17 points of healing back to you as well.
Nice.
As he's kind of walking you back over to the desk, the crowd departs. And you are once again brought back to, it's not like a private quarters, it is just like the edge of this room.
Mhm.
It's kind of just been sanctioned off with some curtains. You see Rashawn sits back down at her desk and kind of picks up the notes once more, and she kind of looks up and smiles at you and goes,
I think you are going to be more than enough to finish this mission of ours. You see, there is going to be certain events transpiring in the next couple of days that we wish wouldn't be brought to light. We have an operative in the field at the moment, and she is very good at what she does, but she cannot be allowed to have extra attention be brought to her more than she has already, unfortunately, gotten herself into. We need you to kill a witness that is going to testify in court against her. He is a low-level awakened. Should barely be a challenge for you. However, It is not who he is that is the problem. It is where he lies that is the problem. As he is currently taking residence within the Dambala estate, if you are familiar with the name.
I've heard of it around town. I think, right?
You have. It
Okay.
is.
I didn't
one
know
of
if you'd have me roll.
And no, this is something you don't have to roll for.
Okay, okay.
As it is one of the most obvious views of the first thing that you can kind of see when coming into harbor, is the massive like firelit estate built into the mountainside in the distance. It's hard to miss,
Gotcha.
and also you can just hear both townsfolk. Also, no, you saw the Dambalas fight during the military thing as well. So yeah,
Oh,
no,
that's right.
you are
That's right.
you are familiar to an extent. And you see, she continues and goes, "Well, I don't think the entirety of the Dambalas will be home due to these recent events. It is now or never. There may still be creatures within their estate that you are not to kill. If you kill one of their dragons or one of their children, wormlings, whatever you want to call them, you will bring about their wrath upon our people, and you will immediately be disowned by us. We will have no connection, and we will sell you out immediately to them. We cannot afford such heat on our backs, especially at times like these. But if you succeed, you will be one of us, and you will reap all of the benefits of joining the Whispers of the Wind. We need you to sneak past any security they have. Make sure you kill this man and cut off of his head. Not just that, but you must crush the skull in one way or another, so that the Speak with Dead spell cannot work. Cutting out the tongue won't be enough. You must physically break the skull in one means, or simply take the head with you. Go in, get out as fast as you can. Nightfall will obviously be your ally. Assistance will also be provided for such job. And you see she reaches into her desk and pulls out a electrum piece and tosses it over to you. Kind of ting, begins to flip through the air. Make me a sleight of hand check. Just because at this point I want to see if you can fail something. It is more of the how good is he at? Okay, 10. It was literally DC 10, so you got it just enough. She kind of tosses it quick, and you're like, oh shit! And you are kind of recovering from being stabbed.
It's like
so
a hot potato moment.
Yeah, you grab it, but you do feel like that little like twang in your chest of where the open wound is still healing. You snatch the coin, and it kind of just slides into the palm of your hand. And she goes, mutter the incantation on the back of it, and you will get a non-concentration form of invisibility. It lasts for an hour. I suggest you use it wisely. Obviously, return it once you are finished. But if you do complete this mission, Nu, I will be able to guarantee the Red Eclipse will never be able to safely come after you again. Not even for our own protection, but for something much better than that. Are you willing to take on this mission?
His left eyebrow raises up at the. After she says it, he would pretty much be protected.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is the name of this person?
James. I have to look for the surname. Please pause. I don't remember if I ever posted. No, it's just Behold a Hostage James. Let me look at my notes, see if I have his surname posted. She does give you the description of James.
Okay.
And his name. You know what? Just for the sake of sakes, we could not find his surname. He is a very mysterious man, and we know he has ties to the Heralds, so he will scream and squawk to whatever extent he can in order to save his own skin. And clearly has made some sort of deal with either the council or its members to try and get freedom out of this. You must kill him. Take his head or crush his skull on your way out. There is no room for error in such regards. If you leave it, they will be able to cast Speak with Dead. And while they cannot use it as a prime source of testimony as the dead can lie, it will certainly extend the investigation into our... And she pauses before she was about to say something, and she goes, one of our members.
Understood. And you have no worries. My work is not sloppy. I will do what needs to be done, and not stray the course.
Evening is already upon us. Rest. Recover. Robert will make sure that you are good as new. And go and claim his life. Report back as soon as he is done. And if there's any problems with you being able to physically reach this location, have your raven friend drop by the temple rooftop. And we'll take it as a sign as a job is done, but you cannot collect the payment in person. Oh, and I almost forgot. Of course, the protection would be a benefit, a sign of good faith for you taking on something of this danger right off the bat. But there is also the bonus of 8,500 gold. Just in case the protection wasn't enticing enough. Don't fuck this up.
He'll take a bow, but not like a really low bow, just one of those little half bows, yeah. Consider
Just
it done.
Slightly stomach bow. I got you.
Yeah.
Good. Now get out of my office. And you look around to the curtain cut off portion of the cave. And as you leave, kind of Robert grabs your shoulder and goes, "It was impressive back there. I knew you had talents, but you put a big dent in the wall." That her nickname, Jorgal the Wall, is her full title. We've never learned her last name, even after she's worked for us for 5 years, but she is damn good at her job, and you put a damn good dent inside of her. Don't feel bad about losing. You still did enough to gain a semblance of respect. And that is still more than most can ask for down here.
Gave me a feeling I haven't felt in a while. Feeling of death. It's not one that's easily forgotten.
Hopefully you avoid that for the rest of the evening, huh? But come, I need 10 minutes with you to make sure that you are ready for this. Don't want you going in without any of your resources. And he brings you over to a resting chamber, which kind of looks like a med bay almost. For a lot of the ships that you've been in, you do know there are infirmaries and like medical wings. And this actually looks pretty similar. Like the technology in here is by no means lacking. And as you are guided to one of the beds, not cots, but beds, in the further back, it is kind of like a twin size bed. It's not massive, but it is like built into the wall itself. So it's like stone carved out top, and then a mattress with some basic cloth sheets on the bottom. He brings you and asks you to lie down in it. and you feel him casting a spell on you that would require you to go unconscious. Because
Gotcha.
I believe you are immune to magical sleep or being immune to being forced into magical sleep, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know that you can resist whatever effect he's trying to do if you want to, or you can allow the spell effect to go through. It is your choice.
I would think he would have a little bit of trust at this point, and he would just go ahead and let it
Okay. You
overtake him.
feel you feel yourself slipping into unconsciousness, and in a matter of 10 minutes, not only can you mark down a short rest, and gain back all abilities that you would gain from doing so, but you can go ahead and just full on take a long rest, as Robert will go ahead and expend his once per day charge. It normally can affect up to 5 creatures, but there's only one of you in this current state that only requires such attention.
Nice.
Blessing of the Tides, or excuse me, Blessing of the Tidebearer, um, allows him to apply Catnap for a long rest property and not just a short rest. So get back all your lovely goodies. And
Heck
from
yeah.
there, we are going to quickly fly over during this time to Kipling. Kipling.
Uh-huh.
As you are wandering, as you are wandering about the Kroll estate / manor, you sent Mira out requesting Evelyn Kroll around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is roughly 3:30, 4 o'clock, getting closer to the evening. Do you still wait at the estate during this time? Now that you have no one actively looking at over your shoulder or looking for you.
Um,
This is a decent flight back to the Dreaming City, but you feel no one's going to really stop you from leaving because no one really knows your situation. You look like shit, and it will take you a long time because your speed's halved, but you can absolutely, if you want to, attempt to leave.
I think I know you would have thought I've come up with this answer over the last week.
Chop, chop. Not kidding.
I think she probably. I don't think she would have flown. I don't know if that's possible. I think she probably would have just tried to walk out.
You're just trying to walk out?
Yeah.
Cool, cool. There is obviously a roadway leading down towards it because similar to the Damballa estate, the Damballa estate is built into the mountainside. Like it is literally an estate carved into the mountain, so it is its own thing that you have to climb up to and into. However, the Kroll estate, specifically the manor that you are staying in, it is built on not the complete opposite side of the mountain, but is built on the side of it, opposed to the kind of main mountain face that you see when you enter the Dreaming City / Paradise Peak. Is built on the western side of the mountain face and is built on a cliff's edge. And there is a set of kind of basic stone / rocky terrain that's been carved into stairs leading downwards towards the actual city itself. It is a few miles walk, but you start the approach, and to your surprise, no one stops you from leaving. It was very much as she said. You could have really gone whenever you want to. You kind of did just stay for Mira, which she appreciated. But you also won't know when Evelyn Kroll gets back, or if she gets back at all now. As you leave the estate. Oh,
before I forget, my fucking ADHD brain skipping all over the place. Brian, so you were fighting a barbarian rogue multi-class, in case you didn't tell.
Oh
Or
yeah,
couldn't tell, excuse me. Jorgel, well, you didn't have half the hit points was the minimum where they would have stopped the fight.
Mhm.
You were 2 points of damage off.
Oh my gosh.
You were at 58
Wow.
out of the 60 required. She has 120 full in
Dang.
health. Oh yeah, it's a super fun multi-class.
Wow.
But nevertheless, you were 2 points off, both gaining her respect and ending the fight. If you had done literally just a little bit more damage.
That one hit
Um,
should have hit.
Yeah, no, but the minimum was you had to do at least 40 points of damage to get like any
Gotcha.
respect at all. If you got
Yeah.
one shot out of the first turn, some concerns would have been brought up. You would have had to make a
Almost
persuasion
did.
check or some sort of check in order to earn your way back in. But nevertheless, that was just a small tidbit.
Gotcha,
I
yeah.
wanted to let you know
Oh my
before I
gosh.
forgot it. 2 points. But you begin to make your way back to the Dreaming City. Are you doing anything during this walk? Because normally by foot it would take you like 30 minutes to get into the city proper itself, not even getting back to any major establishments. But because your speed is still halved, you are looking at upwards of almost 45 minutes to an hour just to get into the city itself. So are you doing anything during this time, or are you just slugging on the road towards the city itself?
Yeah, I think she's just very determined and just slogging it along. Just like staring as she's walking forward, staring at her own feet.
Yeah. Are you looking down the entire way?
No, I mean, she'll look up now and then to kind of gauge where she's at.
For the pure sake of sakes, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Perception.
Pacha. 15.
15. Wow, I was not expecting you to make that. No, not a diss on your rolling.
It
It's just I
usually
know you
is.
don't have a high modifier, and your name isn't Brian. Some things don't line up, but in this case it does. Yeah. So during your walk, you are kind of like mostly just looking down at the road, or kind of down, just fully like hanging your neck towards your feet as you're just kind of like in a full slump walking. You are kind of like dragging yourself at some points, kind of like dragging your feet behind you. It's a very slow march. But as the sun is coming down, and as you are kind of close enough to get to the city, like about 20 minutes out, you do just kind of take a brief pause to catch your breath. And as you look up, kind of towards the city line and the skyline, adjacent to it, as the sunrise is kind of, or sunset, excuse me, is kind of caught in the background, you do see there is a dot on the horizon that is visible to you. And you kind of like squint, and you can't really make out a lot of details, but you continue on, and you can see that dot kind of getting closer and eventually going overhead about 5 minutes later. And it looks like, from the best of your ability to see right now, it looks like a big old bird. You can't really see what kind of bird it is. Oh, you know what? Go ahead and roll me a luck check.
Is it white?
Evens, any even number, you get it. Odd number, no.
Ooh.
That's certainly even. Natural 20.
I'm gonna keep this dice.
As it goes, yeah. You just switch the D&D Beyond dice. Hell yeah. As it kind of goes overhead, you pause for a moment and look up, and you see it's a massive seagull.
Oh, fucking hell.
Now, You can make me a history check if you wish.
I hate this seagull.
But
Don't know what it is.
7, no idea. Yeah, you just see a massive seagull fly overhead. That's all. You continue, making your way towards the city. And eventually, you reach the gates, of which are closed. But as you approach, you can see there's currently only there's a pair of guards, one on kind of each rampart, looking over this current pathway. And as you approach, you can see kind of stand at attention. And well, they sit up and stand up, and one stands at attention as the other kind of begins to approach the edge of the wall, kind of leaning down, shouting out. You hear, "State your name and business as you're entering the city, please and thank you. The gates are not fully closed off, but we're just doing basic screenings. As you can tell, there's a lot going on."
Oh. Peto.
Peto?
Yes. I know.
Go ahead and
it's
give me a
stupid
deception
name.
check. Of which, oh, fucking shit. You have how many levels of disadvantage?
Oh, fuck. I still have it at 4.
Yeah, okay. Keep the rolls. It's fine. It should
No,
be
but you're right.
Make the deception check disadvantage. I fucking. God damn. That's
It's
my
a
bad.
negative 8 to D20 tests.
Hmm?
It says negative 8 D20 test.
Oh yeah, if you hold control over it and then click it, it just rolls 2 dice and takes the lower of the 2.
Got it.
Or you can just roll one more time because you already rolled once.
Paka. Ooh.
27 and 22. Cool. Also, sorry, I had to quickly go to a channel for some reasons. Peto, do you have a surname?
Pelosa.
Pelosa. Right, can you spell that, please?
Pelosa.
Elosa. All right. And where you coming from, Miss Pelosa?
She kind of looks behind her that way.
Right, I know you're coming from the northwestern road, but whereabouts from it?
I honestly don't know.
It branches. Let me help you out, just in case you're confused. It either branches off into the slumbering thicket, or goes to Miss Evelyn Crow's estate. So which way are you coming from?
Slumbering thicket.
Right, and what was your business in the thicket?
That's where I grew up.
You're from the thicket.
Why do you say that like that's so weird?
Oh, we don't meet many druidic or nature folk that come outside of the city.
Well, maybe we're branching out. Maybe things are changing.
See, you rolled a 22 on your deception, but you see at the mention of we're branching out, it's hard to see from like this distance. You don't see eyes narrow, but you just kind of lean forward a little more to get a better view of you, because you're just wearing your normal clothes. You weren't put into anything special for. Actually, you didn't change at all. You were just put in a bed for resting. Kind of leans forward. You don't mind me asking, just because security is so high, what's the name of the city you bear from?
I don't.
Now. You've been in the slumbering thicket once before, and you do know there is a city that resides within it. However, I was never told to you directly
Yeah.
in any of the information that you were given prior. It would only have been told by secondhand or learning about it secondhand, excuse me, in the past time of your essentially spending time in Paradise Peak, you can make me a disadvantage history check if you would
She
like,
would never. She would never have remembered it.
or you can just
I think she. Yeah, I think
Wing
she
it.
just kind of gives him a really like a confused look. I don't know. I was in a bit of an accident. I'm struggling to remember things.
What happened? Are you right?
I think I hit my head.
Right. Jim, can you escort Miss Pelosa down to the medical wing back at the guild hall? We're gonna take you down to the guild hall just to make sure you're all patched up and everything's well. You are going to be escorted. Do not be concerned. You are not under arrest. Just making sure you get where you need to go for medical attention. All right? Does that sound all right? Sound good?
Yes, thank you so much for your help.
All right. Open the gate, and you hear the slow grinding of chains as they begin to slowly raise up the iron off of the cobblestone floor. And you see one of the guards slowly climbs down from the tower, from the ramparts, and begins to lead you deeper into the city. I'm going to ask you the obvious question. Are you going to try and move a different direction them and lose them? Or are you going to just follow them to the guild hall?
No, I think she's gonna try and lose them.
Cool. You can go ahead and roll me a disadvantage stealth check. I will remind you. You have a 15-foot movement speed right now.
Yeah.
Even if you shift, you are gonna have a very hard time escaping these guards if it goes wrong. Now, I'm not saying this to deter you from doing it. I'm just reminding you of what you're dealing with here. You have completed a long rest, so you do have all your spells. That helps you at all, but
I mean,
go ahead and roll me a stealth check if you're just trying to slink away naturally. But keep in mind, spells do have verbal components.
a 16 and a 15.
16 and a 15.
I don't know. These dice are.
Okay. Have them roll. A base. They are the city watch, because this is not a common guard. This is the city watch that guards the actual gates to the town, to the city. Excuse me, to the town. To the town. They have proficiency in perception.
Okay.
Not a high modifier, but it is enough to get it to a +5. So you roll a 15. They have to roll a 10 or higher on the die. It is a straight roll.
Oh boy.
It's a 13.
Yeah.
The dice are in your fucking favor tonight.
Wait.
So as he's
Oh.
walking alongside you, you see there is again some parts of town or some parts of the city are quiet as people have gone inside or kind of just keeping to themselves on this very intense day. But you start passing through some of the districts in which there are still parties going on. There's still people in the streets drinking and having like their celebrations for the successes against the heralds, and they're having a good time, and they're causing enough noise that you see Jim kind of goes, "Hold on a moment. Oi, break it up. Stop it. No drinking in public spaces. I don't care of what day it is." And he starts walking towards them to confront the crowd. And you have just enough time, even in your slowed state, to kind of stumble your way into one of the not like an alleyway or anything. You literally just start stumbling your way down one of the other city streets that leads further into the Dreaming City, and just start hightailing it down the street to get as far away as possible. Now, if you want to have anything to assist you in this,
I mean, she's
in the escape.
yeah.
Now would be the time because he
Okay.
will get another chance to make a perception check. It's gonna be a higher DC than 15. For him
Yeah.
to beat. I'm gonna call this a nice just going off the crowd and how long it's gonna take him to simmer down. It is going to be a DC 18.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, she's
but if you
gonna
have
do
anything that
her
helps that,
invisibility.
greater invisibility.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll do. 4th level spell slot expended. You vanish and begin to. Are you shifting and flying away, or are you just hobbling?
I think she's staying to the street and hobbling.
And you begin to hobble away scot-free. Where would you like to go?
She's going to head towards the docks.
Okay. Are you gonna head to the oh god. I almost said the Golden Vow. You're gonna head to the Dragon's Vow? Or are you heading towards Garen's Crossing? It's both at the dock.
No, I
Near the
think.
docks.
Oh, it is near the docks. Yeah, no, she'll probably. Yeah, she'll head towards Dragon's Vow.
You make your way down. And by the docks, it is more calm because there are a few dock workers out and about, but they really don't pay you much mind. As there are, it is like still not too late in the day for it to be strange to have people returning to their ships or moving cargo out or anything like that. So as you make your way down towards the docks, you can see there's probably about only 5 to 6 other people there. Otherwise, it's completely empty. And you make your way onto the Dragon's Vow, where you see Hieronymus Jackson is currently sitting kind of cross-legged on the deck of the ship, currently making snow angels. But instead of, because he doesn't have the limbs to kind of outstretch and do it, he is sitting cross-legged and is just rolling kind of side to side. So it's more like a pill-shaped snow angel. Nevertheless, an attempt is being made. And you see there are some of the crew still available and still kind of like keeping the ship ready in case it needs to leave port.
First, she just kind of waves towards Hieronymus, "Hey, buddy," and then she'll walk up. Actually, she's probably just going to head straight towards the captains and look for Zyrus.
Zyrus? You head into the captain's quarters. The door is unlocked. And what is your AC?
Oh.
No, I'm just fucking with you. Dagger.
That's fair.
No, you enter and you see Zyrus currently isn't sitting down in her chair, or you don't see her in her bed. But as you enter the room and begin looking around, even with disadvantage ability checks, just spending enough time, you do see there is a half-finished written letter that is currently on her desk.
Okay, well.
What languages do you speak?
Abyssal, Goblin, Sylvan, and Bat.
You cannot read this letter.
No.
You can. It will still be at disadvantage, unfortunately. You can give me a. Hey, man. It's gonna suck until you get rid of these. You can give me. I'll say. There's not really a good check for languages out here, but we allow it. You don't have a bonus in anything that's gonna help you with the. Actually, wait. I think one of your proficiencies is fucked up. So you only are proficient in insight, right? That's weird. Anyway, we'll talk afterwards, because that doesn't look right. If you can only have a single proficiency from this. Um, you see, go ahead and make me an Arcana check, or I'll allow a. Nah, it'd just be intelligence-based checks, and you're not proficient in any of them. Just make me an int check.
Hidden check, you got it.
Disadvantage. But keep in mind, if you roll inspiration, it's just a straight roll. That's a natural one. You have no fucking clue what language this is in.
Yeah.
Not a single fucking clue. If you want, you can burn inspiration for a straight roll on it.
Nah.
Cool. You have no idea what this says or what it's trying to say or what these fucking symbols even are. For all you know, it could be fucking voodoo. Who knows?
She knocks on the desk. Hello? Cyrus? No.
Look around. You don't see her.
Alright, she's gonna walk out, march out, and ask someone on the deck that's not Heronius.
Ask one of the crew members.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a disadvantage persuasion check.
Okay.
I will comfort you in letting you know this would have been a disadvantage even if you didn't have levels of exhaustion.
Gotcha. You.
And do you want to burn inspiration on that?
Sure.
Okay. Straight roll.
Straight roll.
Regular roll.
Sweet
Regular
shit.
roll.
Meh.
Ooh, dirty 20. Okay. Actually, let me go find what was his little name? Actually, fuck it. Yeah, you find New Feynman, your expert ship navigator. Currently is just kind of sitting by the helm. Not really doing much. Not the helm, fucking Is it the helm? Am I fucking tripping balls?
With
You know what?
Wheel?
She's sitting by the bow of the ship. She's sitting by the bow of the ship.
Okay.
And you see as you approach and come asking, there is a brief bit of hesitation in her answer. But you see, oh, that's right. Oh, fuck. I gave her a funny voice. What was it? I remember. I have a few, like, I have parentheses or accents telling me what different voices each character does. I just remember funny voice or like something stupid being written down next to hers because I wanted it to be different than the normal. Yeah, you know what? Oh, fuck it. We'll remember something. You see, she goes, "Oi, what can I do for you? You're asking for Cyrus? She's not currently in the captain's quarters, but why are you
Yeah.
asking specifically?
I need to find her.
For what purpose? Just in case. I just need to ask because
No, I don't know. I mean, we hired you.
Right. You did.
Are you no
You did.
longer working for us?
No, we did get this month's pay through Cyrus directly, so technically we are under your employment still. She kind of like looks around and kind of like tilts her head or kind of like beckons you with her head a little bit to lean in closer.
Yeah.
Cyrus is in a bit of trouble at the moment, and well, not a bit of trouble. She just told us that she's keeping low, and
Right.
she's currently stashed away in one of the safe houses right now.
Okay.
And by safe houses, I mean it's underneath the dockmaster's quarters in the shipyard.
Okay.
If you need her for a conversation or anything like that.
Well,
If you want me to like pass on a message, I can pass on a message. If it's not too important, but she is,
And she kind of points, literally not but like 150 feet away, where the quartermaster's fucking thing is, where you first met her, because it is right on the dock. And you don't see anything underneath the building, but you presume something's there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, New.
Yeah, of course. Right.
Do be careful. And, maybe don't mention I came here either.
My lips are sealed. Don't worry about it. I
Are
would
they?
never tell anyone anything unless I was asked to.
Yeah, that would be the safe choice.
Jorg and I learned working years under Cyrus, better not to ask questions than just follow orders.
All right.
Simpler that way.
All right.
Anyway, carry on. I gotta go back to my duties.
And she gets up, walks about 5 feet, and starts polishing the wheel. The fucking God. Why can't I think of, is the helm the steering mechanism of a ship? Am I losing my fucking mind? It is. It is. It's a helm. I was right. I'm not crazy. Cool. She starts polishing the helm.
Polishing the helm. Kippley will head towards the building.
You head towards the quartermaster's shack.
Quartermac. With lips.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta abbreviate in these times. Only so many words out there. Too many at this point. You make your way over to the quarter shack, and you find the door is unlocked, and inside there is a half-elven man currently sitting behind a desk. You see the largest pile of parchment you have ever seen on someone's desk before, and it is just like, there is more parchment than desk showing. It is in binders, but they are thick. Like, they're stacked to the brim thick with parchment, kind of bundled together. And some of them are opened, and like there's just parchment kind of flayed out before you. Some are like closed and tightly bound and stacked on each other. There's some parchment that is currently looked like it's in the middle of being bound into these journals or binders. And he just kind of looks up from his work and goes, "I'm sorry, can I help you? Do you have any shipping registration or any forms that you need to run by me?"
No.
And it kind of gives you a weird look and goes, "Right, what can I do for you then? Are you lost?"
No, I'm looking for someone that's expecting me.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. With disadvantage.
Oh, it's the worst.
You've been rolling well besides
my
it. Yeah,
God.
fucking 20 and 21. You should have disadvantage more often. It does better work for you than normal rolls. Don't worry, I'll help you out in that regard.
Thanks.
No, I'm kidding. You see pauses and goes, "Right, and does someone have a name you're looking for?"
It's Captain Amaru.
Very, very well. As soon as you say captain, he nods and goes, "Very well, this way," and gestures for you to step behind the desk with him as he opens up a door to a back room that is just a library, essentially, of records. And, this is where you keep all the logs of every ship that has ever gone in and out of this port. And this is just the one port. Paradise Peak has many. This is just the southern port that you guys dock at. Also, because this is just the closest one to you from when you were, your ship had no steering mechanism. And and he leads you into the back. And as you're kind of just bewildered by the sheer number of records kept here, he leads you to a rug in the back, pulls it to the side a little bit, and you see there is a hatch that goes down, and he opens it up for you and kind of gestures for you to go inside.
Ooh, all right, she'll do it.
Cool. What's your AC?
15.
Gotta keep you on toes. Gotta keep you on toes. He closes it behind you. You didn't check if it was traps. Go ahead and make me. You enter within. Hey, I have to give you guys little reminders here and there. You don't trust everybody, kids. Don't trust strangers.
I mean, she
Um,
doesn't, but she's got no other choice. She doesn't know
Yeah,
what
not a
she's
state of
doing.
mind to question it either. Fucking had a horrible bad day. He closes it behind you and puts the rug back over before returning to his duties. And you see, unlike the journey to Narnia that New had to go down his ladder, this one only goes down about 20 feet before you enter a small, essentially, riverboat. A small little, like, for those of you who haven't seen them before, it kind of looks like tugboats or steamboats, but on a much like smaller scale. That does have like housing-esque furniture and materials and appliances inside, but it is still a fully operational water vehicle. And as you kind of jump down, drop down onto it, the boat kind of rocks side by side. It's only about 20 feet wide and about maybe 40 feet long. So
Like a little houseboat.
pretty small. Yeah, it is pretty small for a ship this size. It's about not even a quarter of what the Dragon's Vow is. But nevertheless, as you kind of impact and the ship begins to rock back and forth, you hear you do hear the sound of steel being drawn, and you hear, "Who's there? Hello?
It's me.
Oh, thank goodness. Come in." And you see the door opens, and Zyrus, not wearing her normal attire because, she gave it to Durdon since he lost all of his equipment and went naked. So she's currently just wearing, actually, she's essentially wearing the same outfit the day that you all met her for the first time. It is just kind of a rough, worn out, black leather set of, black studded leather armor, setted with a small, fur coat kind of hung over it, with combat boots. She does have, the captain's, hat, not currently on, but hung on the wall as you come in. And you can see just a normal set of pants underneath as she sits down at a very small kind of like coffee table in the center. And you see there is full-on appliances in here. There is a stove. There is what you assume to be some sort of cooler unit that kind of has like ice on top of it rather inside of it, because that technology isn't fully invented yet. But this looks like somewhere where you could live. It doesn't look the most comfortable place to live, but it is kind of like a cute little abode. As she sits down and gestures for you to sit in one of the chairs across from her, she goes, "Oh, I did send out word to the guilds asking for your whereabouts, because I know the party kind of split up at the end and everyone went separate ways. I couldn't find anyone except for Reese. And she said that she was going, she was headed towards the Cloud District. She was having a conversation with her sponsor, and she said she would be doing some work with him for the next couple of days, so I didn't
didn't want to pry there, but I didn't hear word from the rest of you. Are you all right? Do you know where the rest of the party is?
Um, it's not good. I'm pretty sure Doradon and I are in some really big trouble.
Right. Join the club. What kinds of trouble?
I don't know. But we got wrapped into something. You remember Lorna Dane? Newman?
Yes, Lauren Day Newman, the wizard bitch.
Yeah. Not Lorna
Excuse
Dane
me.
Newman.
The wizard who was a bitch.
Right. Yeah, no, she's a monarch. She's a monarch of mischief. And
Her face just kind of goes blank for a second, and she begins to You hear the Windows loading sound, like the dial-up.
yeah.
And she just kind of stares off for a second and goes, "Okay,
Yeah, it's really bad actually.
wow." When you say she is a monarch, do you mean that like Lorna Day Newman herself is a monarch,
No,
or
she. I don't know what happened to Lorna Dane, but this monarch, I don't know if she possessed her or just took on her visage. I'm not quite sure. I might have dazed out when she was explaining that bit. But
okay? We met a monarch.
I missed
We
out
fought
the
a monarch.
first. Yeah.
A monarch killed Reese and brought her back. Well, that makes a whole lot more sense now.
Yeah, she stuffed me in a jar too. You're conveniently forgetting that.
You see, she does kind of like blush a little bit as you mentioned that. She goes, sorry, I was more thinking about the extent of how little she cared about spells, not the situations. I regrettably did. Yes, I remember that. Continue. She just looked a little embarrassed now. You 100% called her out on it.
Kippley like slumps down in the chair a bit. I don't even know.
You look awful, by the way. Are you all right?
No. Look, I was trying. I've been held at my sponsor's mansion or whatever you want to call it. They didn't want me to leave. I was supposed to wait until my sponsor came back, but man, nothing felt right. They wouldn't let me see Duradon. They wouldn't let me leave the grounds, and everyone was looking at me weird, like you know. I think we're in a lot of trouble.
I agree. That doesn't sound good. There's been rising tension on the island, and I do have little birdies that I like to listen to their songs occasionally, and they tell me good things. And I only heard bad things of recent. I heard about the military campaign as soon as we docked back here, and I was nothing but concerned, as I did not want to be drafted. Luckily, I was under your hire through through the semantics of our contract. I couldn't be forced to undergo any work that was required by the council, as I already pledged myself to your company. Thank you very much for that. And
Sure.
I tried to find out as much information on the group as possible. I only heard that Duradon was in the council's care. I didn't know where he was being held or by whom specifically, but I knew that he was...
The council's?
As you said. Yes.
Not evidence.
No. I heard he was in somewhere within the Dream City, in one of the council's various different locations.
Fuck.
I don't know which one though, because they have countless, and I haven't visited many in years. So I didn't want to just start knocking on doors because that would seem suspicious. And I had a feeling that it would be suspicious and problems would arise. As you said, it doesn't seem like things are great right now. I have separate matters that are being brought into this, though, so I don't necessarily know if this is the safest thing for you to be here, but I also don't know if you have any other safe places on the island where you feel comfortable being.
No, you're right.
And she kind of like pats the wall of the boat itself and goes, "This was one of the first vessels that I acquired, and it was." She does quotation marks with her fingers. "Lost at sea quite some time ago and struck from the records, so it has not been, as far as the island is concerned, in use in quite some time. So it will be safe as a meeting point at the very least, but the longer I stay here, the more I worry. A lot will be decided in the next few days. It may blow over, it may not. I am waiting on word from one of my friends on the island to tell me whether or not I'm safe to show my face."
Why are you in trouble?
Why were you in trouble first? Because I feel like they might be intertwined.
Do you really want to know? Because I feel like if you did, they could just, suck the information out of your head.
Trust me? If they caught me first before any of you, there's been a severe problem and we are all caught, or things have gotten terribly wrong.
So the Monarch of Mischief, Duradon and I, we were supposed to go do something else, but she took a side trip to somewhere else, and instead, along with Maeve Dumbala's sister, Kira, we dropped into the middle of some council chambers somewhere. And there was another monarch.
There was another monarch?
There was another monarch.
Are you sure?
Am I?
Which one?
Evelyn. The other
Ooh.
Evelyn.
Keep in mind, you are by contract. You physically cannot speak that phrase nor communicate it in any method to anyone else outside of those in Evelyn Kroll's care that she is a monarch. Excuse me, that she is a patron. Never mind a monarch. You assume, by the way, that she's a monarch. You don't know if she is.
Wait. Not my sponsor. Not Evelyn Kroll. Shoot, I had it written down.
Which one are you trying to refer to? Are you trying to the Frost Monarch?
Nope.
Because that was in the Percy encounter. There was no other monarchs when you were with Evelyn Gray.
Evelyn Gray, that's who I'm thinking of.
Evelyn Gray isn't a monarch.
What is she?
She killed a monarch's daughter and can inhibit her body. So she essentially killed a being that was similar, if not, I wouldn't say slightly. It is a stronger version of like the Sins, essentially, like a child of the monarchs. She is a human woman,
she was a full humanoid before she killed them.
Okay.
So she is not a monarch. She is just a wielder of one's power.
Okay. So then she'll instead explain.
Yeah.
There was someone else really important on there, someone we knew. And Evelyn. The monarch of mischief had been paid to free her from them. The council wanted to put our friend in some kind of chamber far off the island because the frost, whatever monarch, was chasing her or something. And then we come to find out that there's some really dark shit going on between some of the council members. Specifically, I think it's Belle Estelle, is that her name?
You got it right. Yeah.
Aye. And then also
Small victories.
Nordstrom Binstrom
Nordstrom Fullbuster.
Bullbuster.
No, Nordstrom is Reese's
That's
sponsor. It was Carter Binstrom was the one. He was Rictus's previous sponsor. He is the Artificer Arcane.
And apparently
Layla's
Belle
later.
Estelle murdered Maeve. Well, she didn't murder her, but I think there was some kind of attempt at it.
Oh shit.
Yeah. A Dumbola.
That's a serious accusation if it's true.
And Layla Salir was married to a lich.
You see her eyes just kind of like, this has been escalating of like disassociation, disbelief, and now it's just at a point where she just doesn't know what emotion to portray because there's so many going on at once. This one, as she says married to a lich, is fully like, girl, what the fuck? Like eyebrow raised, like the tea was way better than I expected. She was married to a lich? Like a lich? Like the one undead wizards who become immortal?
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's career ending, but certainly not great for the image of the Council of Paradise Peak, allying themselves with creatures who cause pain and misery.
I mean, we all have past, but anyways, so I think the point is we found out some pretty
You've
damning...
heard a lot of things. I get
Yeah.
it. You've heard a lot of things that you really shouldn't have.
And now Duradon's
Um,
kind of, being held by them.
right. How long was the encounter? Do you remember?
Like, not even a few minutes at best.
Right. I might be able to help you.
What does that mean?
Do they know it was you? Specifically. Did you have any sign that it was you, both of you?
I don't know.
Were you just yourselves? Were you in disguise?
We were in disguise, but we did fight.
Did you speak?
No.
So you didn't show their voices. Good. If they have no ties to you physically being there and no appearance that they can identify as you being there, as long as the memories are gone, they can't prove shit. Now,
No.
and you see she kind of gives you a look.
No. No.
I'm not saying it's a smart thing to do, but if it's really that bad, and I think it's that bad, if you straight up know information you really shouldn't, I can bring you to someone who can, well,
Modify memories. 10 minutes is the most they can do. As long as it happened within the past 24 hours. Well, no, I think they can do it longer. It just costs a higher level spell slot, which is more expensive. But I'm very friendly with them.
What does that
And
mean?
I've known them for a number of years, much longer than my time being a vassal on Paradise Peak. While Grace was the first person that I met when I came to the surface, she was the second. At least the second major person in my life. I'm going implying things, by the way, when I'm trying to help you.
Well, it's just,
She gives you a sly
you're
smile.
in a relationship with someone I might care about.
Excuse me?
What?
We have no titles nor bounds as far as I am currently aware of.
Oh, well, I might have assigned it.
Right. Don't think you have the right to that blessing, but you can think whatever you want in your head.
Giffy just kind of gives a weak smile.
That kind of hits for you, yeah. You get a little flashbacks to certain stones you blew up. Now, it would be... doesn't have to be erasing your memories. We can just change what they would see. Because you went with the Monarch of Mischief. I cannot change that part. But we can make it look like you went somewhere else besides wherever you ended up for those 10 minutes. And she is very good at fabrication. So as long as she is given a narrative close enough to what actually transpired, she can weave something of her own.
But they did see Lorna Dane.
That's fine. As long as you aren't seen in the same room at the same time, it can be 2 separate occasions. So what else did you do with her besides breaking into this place?
Oh, God. It just went downhill from there, Zyrus.
Actually, pause. Did they see you at any other point with her outside of this?
I don't think so.
Because as long as you don't have a direct tie to Lorna Dane, and they can't point you out being there in the same room with her, they can just fully erase the memory in its entirety of you being with her in the first place. And they can cast it multiple times in case the span is longer than 10 minutes. It's just going to take some time.
What if they fuck up and they erase a whole bunch
Trust
more?
me. She is an expert. I would trust her if I was having the same thing done to me. The only thing she cares about is coin.
But
as long as you have that, she'll be willing to keep basically any secret safe.
how will we ever prove it, though, in the future?
Prove the murder? You don't need to remember it for it to be true. Well, for one thing, I'm gonna remember it because fuck, you told me. And you did warn me, so I guess that's fair. I'll hold on to it. And if Duradon was with you, he'll hold on to it as well, although we will have to erase his memory as soon as he gets back. Or as soon as we can visit him, wherever he is. It's going to be hard getting him out if he is being held by the council. But you are a priority. I suggest we do it as soon as we can. Tonight even, if you're up for it. Because if you left the estate when you weren't supposed to, and I'm guessing you did,
Well, okay.
They are
That's
probably
quick
going to come
objection,
after you.
Whatever. Yeah, no, I know.
So as long as we get rid of any collaboration between you and Lorna Dane, it will be fine. Because I am assuming you didn't know she was the Monarch of Mischief when she was doing business with us on the ship.
No.
Perfect. That's fine then. Because we were all victims of her. We can spin that tale perfectly fine through and through.
All right.
Trust me, I know a lot about spinning stories and weaving tales to get yourself out of situations that you really shouldn't be in the first place.
Yeah, I'm not as good at that. I'm just good at lying. Just on the spot
Well,
lying.
hold
and
on to
that's
that because we will need that part too. I am certain they are going to ask questions about things you have seen and people you know, and, well, she will erase the memory of you even being there in the first place. Well, you know me, and a whole lot of conversation that's happened between you and your friends in the past. I'm certain there are things they'll still find outside of this, or things that they'll just fabricate. You haven't done any, like, major crimes that I don't know of outside of, you know, hearing horrible things with a monarch and breaking into council buildings.
Her eyes kind of soar over the ceiling for a minute.
Have I? Well, hey, let me recount.
Yeah, no, we... Fuck. You know, if I'm gonna lose this anyway, you may as well just... Can I just show you? She kind of raises a hand.
Well, how are you planning to do so? I don't have detect faults if that's what you're, like peering into your mind.
Why not?
I'm a cleric. We don't get those spells.
Oh, God. So lame.
I'm sorry that I am controlled, meant to control elements
No,
and
sorry.
cure people from dying.
I mean, I'm lame. I'm lame right now.
It's fine. It's fine. I know you didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah, so we went on... she's gonna recant everything that they did.
So, are you talking about, like, the entirety of your group adventures, or
No,
or what just happened in the past few days?
past few days.
Cool. You're not going back anything prior. It is just
No.
the mission with the Monarch.
Yes.
Okay. So that can feasibly be done in a short period of time as you're summarizing to the best of your ability everything that's happened. Zyrus kind of nods her head and listens along. You can see... Oh, she does have detect thoughts. I knew it. I was like, wait, I say that, but I remember she gets access to more than just the cleric spell list. Fuck it. She goes, show me. And she will just peer into your thoughts. I was like, she's cast this spell before, now that I think about it. No, she gets it for an item, that's right.
Kipper will just walk her through it.
She will peer through as you fail the saving throw, and she digs deeper. And she views firsthand everything that you've seen. She sees all the people that you guys killed on the ship. She sees the entire conversation. She sees that Mammoth was there. She sees the interior of the holding cell. She sees Evelyn Gray, all the different sponsors. And she sees the build up to it. I assume you're going to show her the deal that you made for completing this job.
Oh, yeah, and she's gonna definitely show her the way that she felt wronged in all of this.
She sees you accept this mission and the payment for this mission being told, and she sees you flying away from that island, and you see like her eyes like glowing white as she's reading this over in your mind,
and you see one of the eyes stops glowing white and just kind of gives you like the stink eye as she looks down at you and goes. She has like disappointed mom sigh. Not a single word is
What?
said, but emotions are portrayed. And it just kind of glazes over once more. She continues looking. And she finishes, and this concentration ends on the spell. She goes, "Right, I understand. Interesting decisions that you have made.
Why does everyone say that?
Not many people would take that deal. Never mind, leave it at. I'm not gonna. You don't beat a dead bat in this case. You're already down. I don't need to kick you. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Look, everyone gave me shit for sarcastically saying, giving the impression I wouldn't do what she wanted to do in the first place. My soul got stuffed in a jar with the snap of her fingers, and then she asked me to do something else. You think I'm then going to say no?
That isn't, you're not totally off with the logic if you would fear her, but I just saw through your memories, and you didn't really seem fearful at the time. It is an interpretation, of course, but you seem more interested slash curious slash you really wanted those rewards that she was offering.
If I'm gonna have to fucking do shit like that, yeah, of course. I'd like to
Either
get
way,
something out of it.
What is Ravinica? She's kind of curiously tilts her head towards you.
It's a place that you're gonna take me to as soon as we get out of here.
I'm gonna take you there?
Yes.
Right. If it's a place, I've never heard of it. That's why I'm asking you.
No.
So I can't sail somewhere.
No.
I don't know where it is.
Cyrus, I need you to know where it is.
Cool. You saying you need to know where that's not how life works. I wish it was. I would have said, I wish I'm rich and all my problems were solved. And boom, my life would be better. I don't know what Ravinica is. She only mentioned it from what you showed me. And it sounds like it's an island? I can't really guide you there if I don't know where it is, so I will need some sort of assistance in finding its location.
She slumps in the chair.
I'm glad you think so highly of me, but I am but a mortal who has limits and not a divine being or, a monarch. That is crazy, though, that we met a monarch and that you did work for a monarch. Also, did you
What?
turn into that creature again?
What creature? No.
Because you think back and remember,
Oh, yeah.
only Duradon and only Xyrus have ever seen you in the Daughter of Death form. You've not actually shown it to anybody else yet. Xyrus, the first time, was there when she saved you from Amos in the underdepths, not the underdark, the docks of Portcliff.
Yes.
Is that something you have control over, slash I should be concerned about?
No, that actually wasn't me in control. That was my patron.
Ooh, that brings up a whole nother boatload of issues.
Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of stacking up.
Yes, do you know when you make a decision in life and you knew there would be like dangers and risks involved, but then you get there and it's just so much bigger than what you thought it was at first, and not in a good way. And now you're just kind of stuck in the midst trying to figure out whether or not that's something that you're just gonna ride out with or not.
No, I don't think I've ever had a choice in that before.
I think I feel the same in this regard.
Yeah.
I know too much now. And I, on a whim, decided to join your crew and help a young group of adventurers who I just thought were interesting, and now here I am. It's in the middle of this shit.
It's okay if you want out.
I don't think I have an out. If I didn't have my own problems weighing me down, I'd consider it maybe. But I can't leave right now. Not safely. So it looks like we're both stuck in the same bed at the moment.
Alright, well, I gotta go get Jaredon.
We need to find where he is first.
Okay. Oh, we need to do the memory thing first. Sorry,
Well, that's what I was about to say. We
Having-
can do both at once.
Okay.
She has the capability, unlike myself, unfortunately, to scry on people, so as long as we give her an artifact or something of his that was in his possession recently, she will be able to locate him for us, hopefully.
Oh, I don't have anything of his.
You see her kind of blush.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, like Kipley's like giving her a strict eye.
I have something that will work. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Can I see it?
Nope. You don't need to worry about it. In fact, the memory erasure part actually might be increased a little bit if you ask too many questions. She goes, I can't sail us there, unfortunately. My contact is underneath the island, but I can get there safely by myself because under cover of nightfall, obviously, I can make myself invisible, but how am I going to get you there? And then she looks at her prepared spells, and she has on her subclass of Cleric of the Moon, not Cleric of the Moon, what is it called? Moon Domain. Invisibility is always prepared. So she goes, right, I can get us both there. That will be fine. You just need to follow me and be as careful as possible. I wish I could help you with the exhaustion right now, but I can't because you clearly are in a state, and that is being generous.
Don't worry about it. I'm kind of getting used to it by this point.
You shouldn't. It's not great. But I don't have the spell capable of removing that from you. All I can do is make it slightly easier to bear.
What does that mean?
Well, in case you're to, try and take on something that your body can't handle right now, I can help you with it. To an extent.
Yeah,
Essentially, enhance ability.
Oh, okay.
And enhance ability less the restoration to get rid of minor things and help you with checks you would have disadvantage on. She can make it neutral. Including stealth. But that is already negated with invisibility. Alright. You can fly, right?
Kinda.
You might want to fly above me as I guide. Oh, fuck. You can't see invisibility, can you?
No. But I can. I can. Hold on.
as a player, speaking to Megan,
Oh,
you
yeah, we will.
absolutely can. You can't see through invisibility, but you, as long as it's a spell, you can detect it. If you're using your goggles, of course.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you, DM.
Yeah, because your goggles isn't true sight, but it does give you the ability to detect magic within your line of sight. And as long as it's a spell, which she's literally casting invisibility, you will be able to track the essence of that spell.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, she would pull her goggles, like one-handed, just kind of grab them, just
Pull 'em down.
sluggishly pull them down. Yeah, no, I'm good. I can follow you.
Right. I think you should follow me from above to try and avoid the crowds.
All right.
Just come down whenever I signal, and I'll lead you to her. Just... How much coin do you have on you?
How much do you think?
I can cover a small portion myself, if necessary.
I
But
should
this is
probably
gonna
cover
cost.
it.
It is going to cost a pretty penny for all these services at once.
Okay.
Although you will get family discount from me at least, if I vouch for you.
That's
I will
nice.
vouch for you, not if.
Thank you for
By the way,
everything.
You are not going to remember where this place is or what happened. So keep that in mind.
Well, how would I keep it in mind?
Oh, no, I'm saying like beforehand, like keep this in mind as you're going into it.
Oh. Oh. Right.
This
Okay.
conversation
Yeah.
also is going to be gone. This is to protect yourself and Duradon. It's going to feel really weird. And you will feel no change yourself. Will feel like only what the events transpired happened. It'll be indistinguishable from the rest of your memories. I'm just warning you ahead of time. Of course, if you really want me to, if I feel you are safe, I can remind you down the line. If you would like that.
Can she only do... Oh, fuck. Okay.
But then, of course, your memories would come back, and if you ever wanted it gone again, you have to repeat the process, which,
Right.
expensive.
Look, there's someone I care about that I don't want to get dragged down into this. And I'm probably going to want to go see them once these memories are gone.
Vince,
Yeah.
you feel no one, honey. Continue.
Okay. Can you
She
just
smiles.
make up some kind of, I don't know, just make something up. You're good at spinning stories, right? Make something up that makes me not want to go see him and just leave him be.
Are you asking me to help you break up with this man?
No, I don't.
I need clarification because spin me a story of why I don't want to see him. I don't know if that was like forever or for like this circumstance. Because if it's this circumstance, again, you're not going to remember it, so you're going to be fine just then. but I was not prepared to do a
Just
breakup and this tonight.
Doesn't need to be a breakup. Just say something like he's in
Make up an
danger. I
an
can't go
excuse.
over it. Yes.
For your whereabouts. That I can do.
Okay.
Needed the clarification. I would. I like you. You've
Really?
grown on me to an extent. I would have been willing to do it. I wouldn't have liked doing it because Vince and I know each other to an extent as well. Never really worked with him before, but I knew of Vince the Prince and his business and offers that he had in the past.
Yeah, we've all got skeletons.
Oh, he really more has like crates than skeletons.
So,
You know. He sells drugs.
Really?
I mean, yeah. Did you not know that? That's how I
No.
met him.
What kind of drugs? Oh, wait, I think I did know.
There's well, he sells, large portion of it. You name it, he sells it. But he specializes in something called thornweed. It grows in the slumbering thicket, and it is extraordinarily hard to get your hands on because it is connected directly to the Druid's Grove residing within it. And, well, Vince made friends with them a while ago, so he has exclusive rights to it. It gives you, you wouldn't understand from your lineage, but it essentially simulates an elven trance for normal, species, but enhanced. So you can, it feels like you're talking with your ancestors. You can learn things temporarily. It has a whole bunch of cool effects. Side effects, though, as well. It's even worse for elves, though. Or those of elvish lineage. I tried it once. Never again. Oof. We don't need to go into my past. Anyway.
I mean, we can if you need to get it off your chest.
I just don't feel like, I feel like that's necessary for this conversation.
Okay. Probably won't
Alright.
remember it anyways.
We are on a time limit here. Remember, every 10 minutes is more money, and I want to save you much as possible, so.
Right.
You ready?
No, but let's go.
Right. She'll cast at 3rd level, so it targets both herself and you. Invisibility. She begins climbing up the ladder, going back for the quartermaster's office, and leading you for the city. Mustang and Mammoth.
Yeah.
As the evening falls upon the two of you, we pick up where we left off the conversation with Matic. As is just you guys. The clock, funny enough, has now synchronized, and we are all 5 o'clock in the evening. The sun is going down. Matic standing, kind of looking off into the distance after telling you about the details of prom cruise. Yep, thank you. I can't be the only one that finds it funny. And if I don't laugh, someone has to. Thank you.
God damn it. No disrespect, Ash, but it is just a great name.
It is.
Is there anything further that you would like to say and or do while you are on the beach? And keep in mind, you are still being tailed by the free guards.
So Matic, he's left now. I remember last time he had left, or is he still there?
I don't think so. I think we ended literally on the beat of him.
'Cause he had said that he was going to retire early or something. I don't know.
Right. No. I take it back. He did say that he was retiring early because conversation was not great. So he was walking away. Correct. Thank you for reminding me. See, this is, you're my recap for me. You should do it more often. No, I'm kidding.
My notes are good, but not that good.
So he is walking away.
He's gonna let him because that's his choice. But Mammoth, you will see that Mustang. He's looking out over the ocean, and what side of the island are we on? Is the sun setting over the ocean, or is it over on the other side?
It is currently setting to your right, because you're on the southernmost part of the island. So it'd be, I'm literally doing never eat shredded wheat in my head right now, trying to figure this out.
Shredded wheat.
Yeah, or never eat soggy waffles, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, that's what I learned.
I learned the shredded wheat one first, which is funny, but yeah, it is setting to your right because
yes, it would be to my right because the sun sets in the west.
Yes,
assuming we are
that is how
spinning
directions
on
work.
the same axis as planet Earth. So
Assuming so. No, okay.
He is looking out at the sunset, and Mammoth, you kind of watch as he almost does this strange little hop and like a kickback with his foot, his right foot. He reels it all the way back, and then he hops up and he kicks himself in his other foot, effectively sweeping his feet out from under him, and he lands on his back in the sand with a thud.
15 points of bludgeoning. No, okay. You do collapse into the sand. Sorry, dude. You do hear the sound of clang, 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 clang as the guards begin to run up, concerned. Worrying if there's been some sort of attack. You hear fucking what's his name? Stefan calling it, "Are you alright? Are you alright, Mustang?" Clang, 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 as they're running in like some half plate, some full plate armor on the beach in the sand.
He just sticks his thumbs up into the air. He's like, I'm fine. And he kind of looks over to Mammoth and he gestures for him to come over.
And they slow their approach. They're still walking over, but it's slowly.
Mammoth will go over there.
Well, that went as well as it could have, which is terribly.
Yeah, maybe that's a little bit my fault.
I think it would have gone that way regardless. I really, really messed things up with him. And I tend to do that with things that are important to me.
Well, yeah, haven't done that with us yet, so that's something.
Yeah. I can't help but be afraid that someday I will, sometime soon, but I don't want to be that guy anymore, and I haven't for a while, but I keep being that guy. But, and he kind of turns over on his side to face Mammoth. He's not very tall, is he? He's probably almost eye level with him if he props up on his elbow.
Yeah, probably.
Mammoth, if something goes wrong between us and we end up parting ways, I'll be damn sure that it isn't my fault. Swears it, and he kind of holds up his pinky for like a pinky promise.
All right. It'll be my fault then.
Yeah, I was gonna say you told us the straightforward child.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying, Mammoth. But I don't think there's anything you could do that would make me want to leave you behind.
That's okay. I'll take responsibility.
Yeah, I don't think you. You know, you're a very mature young man, and I appreciate that, but that is not your job. I more meant it in the way that this world's crazy, and a lot of crazy things can happen. But I will do my damnedest to make sure I'm not one of those crazy things. And you can kind of see he gets a distant look in his eyes as he gets flashes of memories of him burning to death Doug and almost searing off Maddox's arm, and that pile of dust that appeared that it wasn't his fault, but maybe it was, but it wasn't.
Well, I think that crazy is what makes you Mustang. So don't get rid of all of it,
As you say that, he just gets this dreadful look on his face. And for a moment, he's rendered speechless. It looks as though you've punched him in the gut. And he just gets up and he dusts all the sand off. And he's like, come on, probably not safe for us out here. Let's go back to the guild hall.
Okay. That's a good thing, by the way.
He musters as kind of a look as he can, looking down at Mammoth. It is very clear that he has a deep amount of care for him, but that he is in pain. Yeah, I know, buddy. I appreciate it. And he'll offer him a hand to hold.
Okay. So what now?
I think we go back to the guild hall. I still need my gun tomorrow, so we'll have to stick around for that. And as far as we heard today, Kipley and Duradon are indisposed and will be for the next few days, so we gotta wait for them and just hurry up and wait, I suppose. Unless there's something you want to do, young man.
No, I just wish that we weren't all separated.
Yeah, me too. I'm starting to get the sense that when we're apart, that's when shit really starts going down.
Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here. This place is dreadful.
All right, you heading back to the guild hall?
Yeah, he does not want to be there any longer.
Cool. Go ahead and mark down depression point. No, I'm kidding.
I'm the point collector.
You make your way back to the guild hall. Do you have any further plans for the evening or anything that you would like to do as you begin to settle in for the night?
Crying in his pile of flowers.
Sure. Yeah, because you never gave him the full bouquet, right?
No, absolutely not. He got the sense that was a bad idea really quickly.
Yeah, so you still have those.
He's gonna cry himself to sleep on him and actually choose to sleep tonight. Something he rarely does.
The slightly pitiful good news is those flowers would eventually go bad, but you do have a druid in your party, so he can keep them alive with druidcraft. So at least you could potentially save them for later, as long as
3 months from now.
Mammoth is alive, life finds a way. Anyway, cool. Mammoth, are you doing anything while Mustang begins to cry himself to sleep?
No.
Alright,
Oh.
you begin the NPC idle animation.
Yeah, just kind of like I don't know.
Dodgeball sound effect.
Yeah. And listening in sadness to Mustang.
Something's
I-
wrong with
whom I
my
can
dad.
My dad's depressed. Boogie woogie woogie.
Yeah, right. Mustang's
Exactly.
going in the divorced dad arc. There's baby condiments in the fridge.
Oh no.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Condiments and
Ew.
yogurt.
Charcoal.
Oh, I love that. Okay. We will very quickly, because I just said this would be a short session. I cannot go for too long. We will very quickly cut back to Kipley.
Ooh.
As you have made it to a rather familiar sight. Hiding in plain sight, actually. Only about, funny enough, 600, 700 feet away from Mustang and Mammoth. As you fly by the guild hall, following Xyrus, and come upon a stone wall just outside of a temple ground that you have passed multiple times but never really stopped to care about. And you see as she enters and gestures for you to follow in, she leads you down a long flight of stairs and eventually into a underground network of caverns, where you begin to pass by unfamiliar faces in large quantities. And you, funny enough, Kipley, feel somewhat at home, as you haven't been around these kind of folk in a long while since you started traveling. But from the pure judgment of their character and the surroundings of your current situation, it very much takes one to know one as you begin to recognize that this underground isn't just one cleric or doctor or spellcaster, just like the ones back on the Opal Orchard. You've walked yourself inside of a criminal network. As you make your way past strangers who keep their eyes very much peeled on you. However, you see a few of them nod at Cyrus as she passes by, dropping the invisibility now that you're inside. And as we end tonight's session, Cyrus pokes her head into a curtain for a few moments, telling you to wait outside, before pulling it back with a somewhat gentle smile on her face. She goes, Kipley, I'd like you to meet the aforementioned friend I was talking about before. Kipley, my current patron I've been hired to protect. Please meet my long friend of almost 10 years. This is Ria Akshon Kipley. And she points to a very familiar picture to the party. As you see the same woman described not but a few hours ago to New, as sitting in front of you in the same golden dress, the same needles adorned on her, on that same very dress, excuse me, and that same look in her eyes as she studies you up and down.
It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ria.
As she kind of looks towards Cyrus with like a cheeky grin, but just a little bit of teeth in it.
But you can call me Raishan.
And that is where we're gonna end
Oh
tonight's session.
boy.
Ooh.
As
Jeez.
as the web begins to weave itself
It
together.
does.
Um,
Thank fuck.
I love her artwork so much.
I
Right.
know, right? I was looking for someone to be a leader of a crime syndicate, and I was like, I can do the edgy rogue, but what if I just made it hot girl boss?
Yeah, what if we just made her cunty? Cunty as fuck.
She serves.
She is serving hard. She is mother.
She serves the country, the guild, and cunt at the same time.
Did you say the cunty?
Yes. Yeah.
Might as well.
See, I wish Jared was here, and I wish we started an hour earlier so I could get to the juiciness that comes next. But
Yeah.
I know I'm gonna be too tired to deliver the proper introduction to what is about to happen.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
And I want everyone to be in tip-top shape for that, because you think you think it's just gonna be a simple bit bob boobity bop. We're just gonna pass through the Damballa estate with new? Fuck no. Also, I pray that you guys get what is about to come, because it's not necessarily hidden, but at the same time it could be a little, it's not fully obvious.
I gotta put my detective hat on.
Rip James, dude.
I want to tell you so bad, but I don't know if it will ruin it. Because it's, again, there's no attempt to hide it. It is just connecting the dots.
Mhm.
Everything that has been said tonight, you have heard before.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's just
Don't tell me
been a
that.
long time. Not everything, of course, because you haven't heard about the guild, the syndicate yet, but everything that has been talked about your party has been said before.
Huh.
And certain relations to certain things. I will say this: if Jared was here tonight, he would have recognized what was heard in that church. That was 100%. That was 100%. What's her face? Not Janet. What was her fucking name? It was the NPC.
That mouthy
It was the
neighbor.
It was the mouthy neighbor.
Yeah.
Fuck her son,
Oh.
Jay. Yeah, about a tragedy that she caused when she told almost like a large majority
Was
of the
it
guards
Jill
to
or
come and
Ginny
conform.
or
No. It was a female neighbor.
yeah?
Of Maeve's. But she told Maeve told her that there was going to be a illegal gnomish a gnomish illegal rock party,
Mhm.
I believe. Or some sort of like a major like band or concert that was speaking out against Paradise Peak.
Yeah,
And
it was
her
something.
being the gossip that she is told every guard that she ran across, like full Karen mode.
Yeah.
And because of that, that was the reason that you guys didn't get immediately caught by the docks, or by the by the Herald Tavern that you guys infiltrated. It's because all the other guard was on the other side of town. So she was your saving grace, despite her also getting a bunch of people killed to her eyes. That I feel fine
Whoops.
giving.
Yeah, whoops.
Oopsies, my bad. Sorry. Yeah. I'm so excited for next session.
Same.
That was so crazy sauce, and it's only gonna be more crazy sauce.
I can't
Awesome
believe
stuff.
New was off by 2 points.
I know.
No, that's wild.
I
Bro,
know,
did
because
numbers though, honestly.
I'll tell you now because the possibility is out. Jorgul is a level 7 multi-class between 2 levels barbarian, 5 levels rogue, and they could have been an asset to help you in this mission if you had gotten their approval and respect by
Oh.
dealing half their hit
Oh.
points. Because they have 120 hit points total, and if you
Yeah.
dealt 60 of them, you would have gotten their respect, and they would have been essentially an assistant to aid you on this, which that would be very
Wow.
helpful.
Oh my gosh.
But you were off by legitimately 2 points, so you have to do
Oh.
this by yourself.
Jeez.
So close. And she almost one-shot me that first hit. I
Oh
was
no, for
down
sure.
to-
She rolled
yeah.
almost max damage.
I was at 15 health after that first attack.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Thank goodness
That's
for
crazy.
patient defense. That would have been a quick fight.
Patient defense and Blessing of the Raven Queen kept you in that fight. Plus,
Yeah,
you rolled like 2-2. That with a +9,
I know.
the odds were in her favor to hit you, but she rolled like garbage. So thank the dice gods that they love you so much.
I was
Yeah.
using the dice you get from Baldur's Gate when you link the two together, you know, on D&D Beyond.
Oh,
That's the dice I've been using. The dice
Hey,
skins.
Larian Studios carrying this campaign and others. They didn't write it, but goddamn it, they're gonna make sure that you get karmic dice. Apparently,
Exactly. Yup. I left that feature turned on.
I'll make sure it's fucking turned off. All right, listen here. You better hope that it's turned on for what you're about to do, bud.
Oh, I know. I'm ready. I've already got plans.
There will be consequences.
For when I'm going
He's
to
ready
use
for-
the invisibility thing and everything else I have.
Make sure
all
you
the
mark
other
down that
tricks.
coin. Make sure you mark
I
down
do.
that coin.
Yeah,
for
I got it
your-
wrote down. An Electrum
Good.
piece. You didn't say what I needed to speak, just that I needed to speak the...
There's an incantation on the back. It's not an
Yeah.
actual like phrase I'm gonna make you say.
Okay.
It is
okay.
just the components of a spell.
Gotcha.
Because normally spellcasters have their own individual, like, a different, like, healing word can be fuck you, right? And it could raise you
Yeah.
up still. But there is like a baseline semantic that you are taught when making when the spell was first made, excuse me. So it's just the basic casting of invisibility.
Gotcha.
Nothing fancy.
Yep, I'm already making plans for it, so...
Good.
It's gonna be fire.
Good. Because
Gonna be interesting.
you're gonna need it. You're gonna need it. Trust me, after what Jared and I cooked up, you're gonna need it, buddy.
Please.
no.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
But I will say this at the very least. I wanted to get to it tonight, but since we didn't have time, it is going to be next week. There is going to be a potential full party rejoinment, but
Oh,
also a potential introduction for new to have a proper party or not introduction, but
Yeah.
you know, proper meet
Yeah.
and greet. So
Instead of being told to fuck off by
yeah,
Mustang.
look forward to that. Well, here's the thing. I am so starkly opposed to just giving you new characters. Like,
Mhm.
even the Duradon, like, you've been assigned to protect, didn't feel great in my eyes. But plot was moving forward quick, and we needed something. So we were like, hey, compromise, baby. But this time around, I wanted to give you a little more breathing room / like, I didn't have time to run a solo session, so we just kind of built it into the actual sessions
Yeah.
for new. So yeah, you're getting a little independence before you get a proper party introduction, which
Gotcha.
I'm fine with. I like.
Yeah, I like it.
That makes
We
me
get
so
to
curious
build
for
the
what you'll do on
background.
Monday.
We'll see. We'll see.
We will.
Oh, that's right. No one else is here on Monday. Good. I forgot Jared wasn't here. 'Cause he's not a character in that, but he also,
Orbiter.
yeah, he's helped me with parts. Gotta keep it hidden. But I hope you guys enjoyed.
Oh, very